And right on time, we're back. Welcome back to the channel. My name is Jnandez and we shall be playing a little bit more of PLO 20 on runones.eu. The poker site by Phil Galfond. All sorts of interesting things are happening, not least the splashed pots. And we've seen I believe it was a 400 big blind splash pot yesterday. And I just put in 80 euros before the flop. And Spider Void, hey, welcome back, man. Nice to have you back. So I spent the whole day watching mastermind videos. So my head is spinning a little bit, and I'm usually what happens after watching a bunch of videos, that stuff gets garbled up in your head, and you know the quality of play takes a dive. We'll see. That is indeed going to be true. I certainly picked up a lot of interesting stuff. I will have to rewatch basically everything. But I think some of the stuff already stuck. Let's see. Note to self, c-bet less out of position, like way less, and if I do, then c-bet larger, as in pot very often. I did play a little bit off screen earlier, and it was like 5-6 buy-in swings. In the end, I ended up breaking even, I believe. Not entirely sure what I started the day with. I'm either up a buy-in or I'm breaking even. Ooh, speaking of which, let me at least take a note of how much we start the session with. Alright. What else is going on? Oh, on Saturday they're gonna have... what was it? Oh, right. Then the same promotion as last week, like the marathon thing. Marathon thing. Not easy to say that. Where people playing the most, the highest volume, the most amount of hands in 24 hours all Saturday long are being rewarded a small or large cash prize in case of the first place finisher. But for tabling, we don't have a shot at finishing first. At PLO, it's gonna be tough anyway because we do see fewer hands an hour on average. But last time I did manage to qualify in 9th place for a sweet 1 buy-in. Right, and also what stuck was that I will do more 3-betting with suitable hands, like 1-gapped double suited rundowns, stuff like that. That don't really play well multi-way, but play excellently heads up. So I'll see if I can put some of this stuff into practice tonight. Oh, and also the heads-up match between me and PokerBakes is on. We don't know quite when we'll do it yet. Or where. All we know is that it's probably going to be PLO. Like some sort of sit and go, maybe. But since he's from the US, we have to from America, we have to figure out what site we're gonna play on. So it might be a play money sit and go. I mean, it's not the stakes that matter there. It's who advances to round 3. And I'll certainly have my work cut out for me, since PokerBakes is one fierce tournament player. He is pretty much the nuts from what I've seen when it comes to tournaments, man. Right, so we flopped a 9. Backdoor flush in position. I don't think we have to c-bet here. Turn the flush draw, the 8s might come in handy as blockers now. Still checking, keeping the pot small, sounds good to me. Gonna give up on this turn. What? Not turn. The other turn. The river. Yep, that's fine. Is king 3 deuce? You know what? I don't even know. I'll let it go. Seeing that it was horribly suited, let's check that one out. I honestly do not know. Here, I do know that calling is fine. raise call next time. I wonder how that works in the under the gun. Let's check that. I would assume it's just a fold under the gun, right? No! Well, what do you know? So the ace-king 3 deuce, even badly suited. Right, so here we're just gonna let it go for pot. We did have that king blocker up there, but meh. Once he bets pot, there's better spots to continue there and maybe bluff down the road. When he bets like half pot or just doesn't bet at all. This is of course the dream. We have very nice aces on top of the just having aces, and we have a 3-bet in front of us. So no matter what comes on the flop here, should he call, we are gonna go all in pretty much all flops. Unless he denies us that by folding. Fair enough, that's a nice little pot right there. And the player pools are looking quite good. A little bit earlier, like 45 minutes ago or something, we had around 50 entries, PLO 20. Right now we have 33. And the same at PLO 50, but ever since this afternoon, PLO 200 has been going quite nicely too. Right now there's 17 entries. So take that, other sides. That's not bad at all. I have no idea what's up with that figure. I have been playing for a while, like on the side while watching the videos, but certainly not for 600 euros. I'm not really sure what's up there. I think this I am gonna c-bet, even though I'm out of position. Just because if he doesn't have a king, it's gonna be tough-ish for him to call. So we make 2 pair and a double gutter, right? Not right on. Just gonna check behind, I think, yeah. Turn a flush draw. He bets pot again, so this dude seems to like to bet pot. I'll take a note of that. It's not a very informative note, but every little bit might give us an edge in the future. Or just serve as a warning that once we get into hands with him with speculative holdings. Or just very good holdings. Actually, for a check raise, it's nice to know that this dude likes to bet pot. Also nice to know is that we have aces here. With a 9 and a 6 as a side card, single suited to the ace. Looking mighty fine. Ooh, by the way, that does remind me. Okay, top pair, open-ender. Hang on, there's stuff going on all over the place. Namely here, we flop mighty nice, I would say. Having called the raise. He bets half, and I do intend to call it with all the backdoor stuff that we do have going on here. Especially for half pot, that does help a lot. Here we're just gonna pot it, I think. An excellent board to get the money in, should he wish to. He does call, giving us the nut flush draw. We could just kind of pot it here. He goes all in, and I will have to let it go. That is fair. Make the 4 a 4 of hearts, and you know, we'd be calling all day. Right, so some people let me know yesterday that the stream was lagging for them a little bit. Hey, Godlike Michael, welcome back. It's a pleasure. And so it reduced the like the bitrate on which I stream from 6,000 to 4,000. Let me know if you notice like a noticeable drop in quality when I zoom in on tables. Or anything like that. And I also turned off the, like for a change, the auto top-up option, because I am comfortable in my short-second game, so why not take advantage of that? I'm getting there, I'm getting there. I had a break-even session, or like a small profitable session. I honestly don't know what I started the day with, so I don't know to the T. Calling this all day long, I think. I think like all three options were available here. Checking, betting half, betting pot. Right. That is certainly nice of the dealer. And here in position, let's start by betting half. Right, so I am getting there, godlike. Here, ouch. So here I came over the top pre. Yeah, I checked the blockers. I think I can. So like we're gonna check this one down. I'm good, I think. And this is of course quite a funny turn, but with me holding the 10, not blocking my outs, I think I'll just pot it here, given the remaining stack I have. Certainly a bunch of hands that are worse than mine that can call that I still beat. Yeah, and I did a whole day of studying today, godlike, so I'm hoping that'll pay off at some point. So closing the action here, I saw no reason not to call. I don't think check raising is the way to go here. It might be every once in a while. I mean, I do have a nice wrap. Okay, let's try to go for the check raise here. Yeah, I know. I said on Twitter that I would be here for an afternoon stream. But in the end, I've spent the whole day studying, like watching videos, like poker-related videos. Okay, he's basically almost dead here. That to pairing, double pairing, pairing up and, you know, making a full house there. That was a nice pot. Also Shazam. And I have been doing very nicely, thank you. And also welcome back, Gloryman. Yeah, so I spent the whole day in a very productive fashion. I watched a whole bunch of Mastermind stuff, and I'll have to rewatch most of it, of course, since, you know, cramming so many videos in one day isn't necessarily the best way to go about it, but I think it might have done one or two good things for my game. Still, I don't mind having folded that. Closing the action in a splash pot. See it go another way. Ooh. So he had crap. Splash pot. Hang on, was he the razor? Let's figure that one out. That was Albert. He was the initial razor, which... Splash the pot, happy caller. This is gonna be the note. Yeah, so sorry not for keeping to what I said, but kind of developed organically that I was so caught up in watching the videos. Take that one down. I just spent the last 15 minutes smiling. I took the dog for a walk, and the it's not my new cat anymore. I've had him for a year now. I have a white German Shepherd, as you might know, and you know my cat is also long-haired and white, but with short legs. And for the first time today, he came along on the doggy walk. It's just pure joy watching him run with his short legs. Had me smiling for like 15 minutes straight. Good thing it's dark. People would have thought I'm an idiot. Right. Top 2, all the blockers in the world that we need. Right on, Gloryman. Thanks, thank you very much for dropping back in and, you know, asking what's up. Appreciate it a lot. Also, you know, let me thank you again for inviting me to that Discord thing. That has been very helpful. Like a Discord for streamer where it shows when you're online, and so it helps you to get some viewers and stuff like that. So triple pairing us now, and we do still block draws, but I think going for pot here isn't horrible. And if I end the hand now, then that's fine. Right, I think that's fine as a button open. In fact, I know it is. It looks like when we're playing a short-handed here on table 4, I don't think that's my jam. Ah. Right, so at PLO, I think in total, to the best of my knowledge, which is not 100% accurate, but I think around, 8 to 10 buy-ins still down, possibly. We're smashing this board. And that is certainly an amount that would be explained by me doing stupid stuff, but it is also certainly an amount that would easily be explained by the dealer just being a little bit mean. So yeah, less stupid stuff and less dealer interference would have certainly seen me have a nice profit already. Today's session is definitely starting out well. Yeah, I know it's definitely not more than 8 or 10. It might be fewer buy-ins. Man, I'm waiting to be able to download my hands and be able to not only have accurate answers for myself, but also for, for you. Put it on the channel. You know what? I'm not blocking you straight. That was I just could have checked here. I mean, sorry. Flop went check, check. Ooh, yeah. This board with the 5 in my hand? I think I will not check raise here. Try to do that on the turn. Down here I raised with a nice hand. I don't get a nice board for it though. What you gonna do, huh? Calls, and that is quite a nice river here. Only that to quads. By the way, yesterday I think I had quads 3 times and a straight flush once. It was pretty far out. Here in position, I think I'll try to take it down with a half pot size and then give up unless I, you know, make my hand. Or improve, I should say. More than one hand to make here. Now with the queen in my hand, I could actually see myself continuing for pot here. Making it tough for an ace with the spades to continue. Nice. Another nice hand here, ace queen 7-6. Double suited. Hey, Kasilep! Welcome back, mate. It is part of the game, but man, I'm so very relieved to hear you say that, godlike. Because the move-up curse, man, it has been following me most of my poker career. I have told this before, I will tell it again. I never forget the first time I moved up from $2, $4 to $3, $6 limit hold'em full ring. Right? It's frustrating when it happens at a higher level. You're getting used to like the top 10 buy and downswing, you're like, 100 euros, I have plenty in my bankroll. I mean, you know, not I'm rich, but to have the bankroll for it, fine. Then suddenly it's 200 euros and you're like, oof. Even though you still have the bankroll, it just takes a while to get used to it. And yeah, anyway, when I moved up to 3.6 limit, the first, I forgot the number by now, either the first 7 or the first 9 sets that I flopped, all were losers. I'll never forget that session. I think it was due to Black Friday happening shortly afterwards. That was the only session I ever had on limit 3.6. Can't do anything here, and I think here the fold is fine. I'd happily come over the top if the suits were perfect. Yeah, but you know, you have your finger right on the money there. It's all part of the game. And as long as you can deal with that, then you're actually far ahead of the curve when it comes to poker, I believe. It's a little bit thin to come over the top. Certainly fine to call. Not too thin. It's a wonderfully double-suited hand here. Although this one we do have to fold against the re-raise here. We're just gonna do horribly against the forwarding range. Here we flop a gutter, a flush draw, he bets the full pot. I think I'm losing interest. Not gonna be very confident in my flush. Yeah. Okay, so we don't block 4-5 stuff, except, you know, with the ace, but he shouldn't have much of that. We block kings. It's a rainbow board, I think betting half. Happy days indeed, congrats, I hope you got paid off at least in some of these spots. Giving us the nut flush draw. Technically there are some queen 7s out there for sure. That's pretty much the only thing. No obvious straights, no additional obvious straights are on the board now. Actually none. Not like an 8 or 9 or 10 would make a straight here. So let's set up a river shove. I think that'll do it. On have I shown off my new emote, the new emotes that finally got approved. That me. Because I'm I kind of like them. Let me know what you think. There have to be few better feelings in poker than that. Drawing to the straight flush and hitting it. That is awesome. But I do the talking on this channel, and we're gonna have to Cersei that track. It's kind of distracting to have somebody talking in my ear. You know, it's not a horribly bad song. And that is very nice. We get to squeeze here with the ace 6-3, triple suit and diamonds. Right, then we show off the shiny new emotes. We have one for the splash, one for the pot, which also works for the splash pot, and of course the new and improved Shazam. Quite happy with how they turned out. Not happy with how this is turning out though, so we're gonna check and give up. Like the... Thanks, I actually did make those myself. I have no clue about doing graphical stuff on the PC. Or on anything. I wonder about this one. I think it is fine as a... I think it's even a raise call. Check this one out, ace-7, 5 deuce. We'll check it out in a moment. Did take it down though. There's like a 0.1% chance we're good if they all check. Queen 10 is good, my friend. Was it ace-7, 5 deuce? It wasn't in the cutoff. No? Oh yeah, no, never mind, it's fine. It can either be a raise call or a raise fold, depending, I guess, on your mood and how the stars aligned. Hey, Freddy! Alright. So the Hey Guys emote chick, she still is around. She has a channel. I understand that, like, the frequently used, like, sometimes you have a... am I understanding this correctly? Like, sometimes you have an emote that basically goes sort of viral and then everybody can use it? Not sure, but this car is nicely connected. And the BAM, I mean, I can't rightfully use the BAM. I would feel like a thief. Hey, glad to hear that they're get your approval. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm happy to hear that you like them. But can't use them. Yeah. Yeah, if there was an option where I could turn on then the emotes for everybody, then I would certainly do that. Ooh. Rarely good things happened after. We need to talk. You start again. See, betting here and giving up small is certainly fine on a paired board. Ooh, well, don't mind if I do. What haven't I done? Ah. I mean, you know what? I honestly don't expect to be ahead here all that often, but basically ever. But really, the king 6? I guess the king 7 would make sense, but we do have that. Not gonna do in this. Feels horrible, man. King 6. Ah, damn 7. Yeah, right, so the progress bar, it turns out there isn't really a way to do it. That would be like very straightforward. I can do progress bars for like donation goals and stuff like that, which I don't really care for. Hang on. Checking is okay. Right, so there's tools for that. I have 2 pairs backup as well, right? Right. Not these 2 pair though. Might slow him down though. See if you split it or he has the king 10. Yeah. Right, so I a bit at a loss right now. It's how to do it. I'll Google again. Like I remembered I did do a Google search last night after the stream. And I found various stuff, nothing was of use to me. Like there was something involving HTML code that might have been useful. I am a noob in that regard, so I'll have to take a second look at that one. And I know, you know, it's not gonna be impossible to have that get that done in some way, but I didn't find a straightforward way. Like the only progress bars made for Twitch are the ones that cover stuff like donations, followers, subscription goals, stuff that I don't really want on my channel. Right, so it got sort of cooler twice. I guess the one with the full house. With the king 7 there, once he raises, I can pretty much always fold it. In position, I think it's still fine. Come over the top here. Okay. Guess we are gonna be like, if I call, we're gonna be at 9. Yeah, I'll make it a little bit more. Shove. Shove incoming. Might be a good one. He has 10 jack, right? Still a nice pot. Here, I don't think I'll limp along here. Somebody raises, it's gonna be a donation. Because I can't rightfully call there, I think. The min raise. Where's the hamster when you need him? He would have shouted at me for not being in there now. Take part in the min bet mania. Oh, I would have had blockers. Ooh. Slashed part, huh? Okay, I think it's fine-ish. What's going on here? Oh, you're all in then, huh? Okay. Wait, let me check my Twitter thing. So Discord, I just got asked like last stream ever, but I did write a late night stream there. Late night, yeah. So now we have a double gutter. He's betting really, really small. All of our gutters would be to the nuts. Oh, awesome is that. Here I would love to make a play at it, but I don't think I will. I'll wait here for a moment. This last time he folded when I did quickly. Maybe he does have something that wants to call here. Nice! Please don't split it. No, then he would have come over the top. We can split it with him. That's no skin off my back. Nice. I hope I had the right table and focus in the end, but he called up here. I rivered the nuts. He had aces. Ooh. You should have played it a little bit differently, my friend. You would have saved some money. So right, let me check my Twitter that I didn't. No, late night stream, it says there as well, okay. Jesus, and everybody's retweeting the tweet. I think there's mentioning like Twitch, retweet to a Twitch or whatever thingy is. Working out quite nicely, I dig it. Man, and that from me, I've never been like a social media type of guy. How the worm turns. Worm? The worm? Worm? Yeah. Right, emails, emails, emails? Right, I am gonna come over the top here, because we have two very high suits. Ah, right. Yeah, that I gotta have to look into that, because there's some shenanigans to be had there with Kippery, for sure. Could go either way. That's a backdoor, the pair. We're gonna call here now. Curious about this preflop. I'll check this one out in a moment. He has aces, always. Come on, do it! Yes! Right. I did see that. Ah, there's a good chance that he's gonna put it all in here, I think. Right, so let me check that one out. It was button versus MP. Right, so one adjustment I'm making, I am not c-betting this. I might have c-bet that earlier. Although I do have the... yeah, not blocking anything from the board, that is fine. Can definitely call this bet sizing. Now the money's gone in, I would say, right? He has the better straight than tough buttons. I really don't want him to come over the top, but if he does, then so be it. Not checking this. Shazam! Shazam nizzle! We're doing quite well right now. All in all. Right, checking out that ace king 8-7 hand. I know the 3-bet is fine. Cutoff versus MP. Was it cutoff versus MP? I think it was. Yeah, something like. Nah, he was. Must have been under the gun. There was one gap between us. I think it was cutoff versus under the gun, right? Ah, see? Raise fold. Very important there. If they're nicely connected, then it's fine. The queen jack, jack 10, 10, 9. I did know that part. I was a little bit too optimistic there, but once I flopped it, a pair at the back door there, it played itself. But I shouldn't have been in that hand. The 3-bet is perfectly fine. It's gonna be an interesting spot with all the blockers in the world here. There are a lot of kings, jacks in this guy's range. Even in this one's. Yeah, so the... what's it called? Squad streaming, right. I'll definitely have to look into that. I'm not really sure... oh, nice, take it down right away, huh? Not really sure how to go about it if one of us has to be like a partner. Because I know there's some team stuff you can do as a partner. It sounds slightly weird, but I'll just let it go. There's a joke in there somewhere. Yeah. Not wow, yeah, we are up. Almost 4 buy-ins. I dig it. That might help the cause. The ace-ace 5-3. Perfectly double suited. Wow, more aces. In a splash, no less. See some craziness. No, they all fold. Take down the rakeback. Have a shot at some rakeback here where it got it just had to check. Right, another very decent scenario coming up here. Decides to put further money in. Up the top pair. An iffy board all in all. First things first. And he puts it in right away. Not sure how much folding I can do with this SPR. He does have a bunch of kings, that is for sure. I don't think I can let it go with this SPR. Ooh, no! He had nothing! He had nothing! Oh, lordy lord. Here I'm gonna call with the top 2. It's not a happy state of affairs. Gets there with the ace-5. So 3 bets. 3 bets wide. That was certainly a little bit too optimistic. I know I'm opening up my 3-betting range tonight, but that hand wouldn't have made the cut. The Jack 8 7-6, it's nice that it's double suited, but the gaps just are too large. Nah, feels bad, man. Feels bad. Nah, not really, it's fine. Not a big deal. Belly Beast. I'll let the chat explain, because I'm not supposed to mention third-party products. I think, if I'm not mistaken. call it here, that's fine. We are blocking the 4, so we have the 4 as a straight draw blocker, so I think Zebra into small ones is okay-ish. He has a wonderful bluffing opportunity now. I'm gonna, you know what, I could actually... Okay. Could have actually bet here again. Right, so it's a paid preflop thing where I very unfortunate. It's a nice splash here. I'm gonna check this, I think. And with the 10 now, I will go for it. It's perfectly reasonable that I would have played a King 10 like that. Thanks, Frenchie. Yeah, so, I mean, down here calling is fine. I think it is SPR. SPR was like 1.5, something like that. And we're certainly not worried about that. And it's interesting to see that he 3-bet this wide. I mean, once he 3-betted, he called. That part I do understand. The 3-bet is a little bit too optimistic. Here, I do block a whole bunch of stuff, but let's just check it for now. Turn pretty nice all in all. No need to raise at 100 BB. Interesting spot over here. Here I'm gonna fold if he bets. Here I called. The hand is fine enough to call there on the button. And unless he checks, I'm done with the hand. Well, he does check. I have aces on another table. If there's action, I'll move over. Not helpful, that card. Not helpful at all. Took it down with the aces pre. I expect he's gonna... Actually, I don't know what he's gonna do. He might just check it there. But with the ace on board, we're always dead here. Just checking behind is fine. Calling for sure. No point in like raising if he bets. Question is, should I call? No, with the queen, I don't think so. Blocking Jack 9, Jack 7, 9, 7. That's correct, but I'm not blocking the straights much. Fair enough. And the blue shirt on table 3 is 3-betting again. Certainly gonna keep an eye on that. We have all the backdoor flush draws. We have a gutter blockers. See what comes of it. Turn a flush draw indeed. Although only 6 high. So let's check back over here what's going on. We called, got checked to the razor. Certainly would have been a board where we would have moved in, but not lamenting the fact that I'm not in there. We don't see a showdown. That I am lamenting. With the 9. Let's go for it. Go for broke. I think it's gonna work. Ah, never mind. Spoke too soon. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, but I don't mind having tried it at all with the 9. I mean, you know what? Actually, I do, because I was blocking all the backdoor flush draws he could have had himself. So just checking giving up there I actually like better. Here it's interesting. Actually, I could have let that one, I think. With the 3s in my hand. Yes. Pot size, yeah, I'm gonna let it go. No reason to go off the rails there. And I think leading might have definitely had an appeal. Leading for half and then bombing a lot of turns there. Yeah, it's definitely fold. I was thinking like if it gets folded to me, but I think with the 3, let's check it out. I think it's a fold. Not folding this. Never mind. Raise call. Interesting. Also with low ones. You know what? Yeah, I guess it's like a one-gapped rundown down there. Would have been a pretty massive flop. I don't know. Pair, not flush draws, backdoor flush. Took it down pre up here. Let's watch. Wonder if this can be a call then in that spot. That I kind of doubt. Yeah. Okay, let's do the old limp along here. Hang on. So we have a pot here where the money is gonna go in, where I'm short. That is fine. Take it on just like that, huh? We didn't see a showdown on the splash pot table here. Ooh, that's a nice one. Certainly one for the 3-betting barrel bin here. Hey, Spider Void! Right to the channel here on table 2. Right on. And Actually, I'm crushing this board so hard, but betting half even out of position is more likely the way to go here, I think. This is definitely a nice board. But I can, yeah, actually, I think that's not a bad way of putting it. I'm pretty much crushing this board on the flop here. Back to full stack. What he have? King 10. So you had a top pair and king on a turn, and you didn't have any space. You had a queen, so you had a gutter and all that jazz. Yeah, thanks for letting me know, Spiderwhite. It's always fun when friends with the channel are at the table. Unless you're a Kippery, then I'd rather not know. By the way, the Kippery raid was a full success. He made us viewing hours easily. I think he was able to stream less than he had planned. Right, basically a sort of an... Hang on. Nah, calling is fine. Sort of an early announcement type of thing. I will be gone next week from Wednesday evening until Monday the following week. I will be in the Netherlands attending the Eurocon, the 25th anniversary convention of virtual pilots. Like, it's not a huge thing, it's like a small gathering. There's always 30, 35 people there. And it is easily one of the 2 highlights of my year. Right. Call this once on the rainbow board. This one I would have to look up. I think it's borderline fine. Check it out. Seeing that it was multi-way at this point. Nope. Just a fold. Yeah, still to lose in the small blind. I definitely need to pay more attention to these spots. And when in doubt, I'll just fold. Like, this was a spot where I was in doubt, I'll just fold. Up a top pair. Ace is sort of a blocker there. I do block a bunch of stuff here. I do have the 10. Really? Fair enough. River, the top set, huh? Okay, table 3 just broke. There's a spot here where we have all the pairs, and I will bet full pot. I have a hard draw here. That is pretty much it. Both pairs. Let's watch this first. That king is definitely not a happy card. Then again, there wouldn't have been many happy cards. Happiest thing would if he had folded. You have the top pair here now. It might or might not be good. With think I'll go for the bet fold. And to take it down on the other table with the top 10, with the top pair of 10s. King 10. It had no blockers, I don't think might have been a spot for a bluff, I don't know. So Spider White is in a hand here. And we pick up aces with the king and the 5, suited and hearts to the ace. Let's get something going. Fair enough, taking out the blinds. Never a bad thing. Ooh. Okay, get another shot. This time with even better aces. Ace, ace, king, jack. Again, suited and hearts. Would you like to step up to the... No. Okay, well... More aces? Nah. King 9, 7, 6. You know what? No. Just phone this is fine. It's not doing that hard multi-way. It's a nice looking hand, but it's not really... Don't make really many nuts with it. Yeah, just fold it next time. Right, so tomorrow is gonna be the regularly scheduled program, so to say. So just quads there, okay. And on Saturday, of course, gonna be another marathon streaming thing going on, I believe. With the promotion, let's try to make another buy-in there. Within reason, you know, if I start to get tired, play more stupid than I usually do, then just let it go. What do the other dudes have? Why did the money go in there? Okay, there's definitely a hand we can call here against Spider Void in position. The Queen Jack 9 combo is good enough against the 3-bet for sure. A small bet with the gutter and both backdoors actually. I'm just realizing that in time. So he really shouldn't have any or many full houses here. The perfect spot to check behind. 10 is good, and any heart is good. Unless it's gonna be... No, it can't be the ace of hearts. Yeah. That'll do it for this hand. And nice pot, Wesley. Aces are good. I see you have like very nice kings, but I doubt it. Interesting bet sizing. Aces are good, my friend. How's this table looking, by the way? Not too hard. See, but table 4 isn't looking that much better. None of the tables is really a source of joy right now regarding the opponents. Oh well. Make the best of it. We do have a new table. Ooh. 3, so who knows what peeps we're sitting with there. Right, interesting spot. I am just gonna call. It was the king of clubs here. Then I would raise. So we have the top pair, a Broadway blocker, and all the back doors. We see a check. I think betting like 2/3 here sounds alright. I think I'll get raised here all that often. It feels like 10s, maybe I can see it. Okay, so we do block ace-5. We have an open-ender. Probably doesn't have ace-10. Not a happy card. Now we are behind ace-jack. And of course what he is representing now, i.e. the nuts. Fair enough. Yeah, but I'll see if I can dig up another table. This one isn't looking that great. Right, so we do have that ace of diamonds here. Not blocking anything. Nice. Take it down. Sleepy, sleepy, tight passive, sleepy. Tight aggro to my left. Yeah, I think that's a good candidate to let go of this table. So here, I'm gonna go for the pot, I think. comes over the top, the money is going in. We do have a gutter to a better straight. And of course we do have the straight, the second nuts, so to say. Right, yeah, so based on the videos I watched today, I will definitely tighten up in some spots and open up in others. I will play... there's some hands I'm not going to be calling, not going to be playing anymore, not going to be calling against playing against a raise in front of me. There's definitely going to be new hands that I will check raise. It's going to take me a few days to get to grips with everything I just watched today. One gapped. This is very speculative, but there's some extra money in here. Ooh, full pot, huh? That is so very unfortunate. Yeah, I think the hand was a little bit thin. Make it non-gapped. With one person missing from the table, I think it is okay-ish. Right here, that's the interesting one right now. Yeah, sorry Spider White, that table wasn't looking too hard. I hope I get replaced by a more active player. So we have future blockers. That's pretty much the best there is about this hand right now. He bets half pot and I'll... call. This is definitely the best sizing I want to call now with flush draw and the blocker, and that is a perfect card. Given the business in a moment. Wouldn't be surprised if he calls, wouldn't be surprised if he folds. People can be sticky with Ace-King, Ace-10 in these spots. Seen it a bunch of times. Not this time though. Here, this is not too speculative, I would assume. This is fine. I took this one down on the 776 board there. Not really sure how. Could check through all the way. Not quite a droids we're looking for, but a fine hand to be doing this with, I would think. With the added money, with the extra big lines in there. Turn 9. Oop. Denied. Or as the Germans would say, 9. This is possibly one for the 3-betting bin here. Fortunately, both of them call. It's not a happy thing. So I'll check and give this one up. Another 9, I'm still not gonna try anything. Well, that's the 3-better. Yeah, good. Thank you. Thank you for saving me that money. Here, turned the nuts. Fair enough. What kind of kings were those? They didn't look particularly nice. King, king, 3 deuce. Singer suited. I doubt it should be done. I think it should be more of a fold. But can't argue with success. I'm not faring quite as nicely there. I do have a straight. I have the king of hearts as a blocker. Here I get 3-bet from the button. He's 3-betting a under the gun opening range. I'll let it go. He bets now like a low flush, then he's definitely gonna get value for me. Okay, yeah, table 3 looks happier with the loose aggro dude here. He checks, and I would assume we're good or we're splitting. Neat. Small but neat. So let me check out if I already saw any showdowns by what's his nose? Julian. So under the gun he raised the Jack Jack 7-5, single suited 2-7. Okay, that's a good sign. Yeah, I think he's gonna get a temporary blue shirt. Remains to be seen if he deserves it. Certainly a fine fold, but let's watch. And we shall never know. This kinda has my interest. The pot is only so huge because there's 480 courtesy of the splash in there. Everybody limped and I completed. Let's check this one out first. This is certainly okay. I think to be calling here. We do have a nut suit. Please call, Ross. Please call. Still, I think taking one off is not making it any easier. Can we fold the top pair and not flush draw? That is indeed an excellent question here. So here I came over the top. I will just check it out of position because, you know, button open. I'm surely raising this with the ace king king 4. I don't think I can fold it. There's a bunch of draws, none of them came in yet. I did have a set, okay. See what happens here. Took it down on this table with a delayed c-bet, small c-bet on the turn there. Not blocking anything. Turn it a nut flush draw. So interesting spot down here. It's full pot. We have a pretty nice wrap, backdoor nut flush. Denied. It raised a better tight aggro dude, and I'll let it go. Checked it out, but I'll let it go either way. Ace King 10-4, I believe it was, right? No, Ace King Queen deuce we're talking about. Interesting. So the queen, the Ace King Queen with a, Jack 10 can be called, and with a 5 and downwards, I guess because of the added wheel draw. Interesting. So we have a bunch of blockers and a gutter ourselves. And of course top 2, I think this is fine to a pot here, to not check. A 3 incidentally would give us the nuts. Nice. Let's hope he has ace 5. Or 5 deuce, whatever. So it would all be nice. Nope. So on the flop, the pot size is fine out of position, as I learned today. Not sure what to do there on the turn. If I should just keep potting it. Maybe just go for 3/4. I think that might be enough. Oh, this time you have position on me, huh? That's not a happy thing. So right here we have Spider Void again. It's gonna avoid possibly getting damaged in this hand, where I have the pre-flop nuts in the form of the ace jack deuce double suited. So yeah, friend of the channel, Spider Void, sitting here to our left, has immediate position on us. Here I of course raised flop stuff. I think with all the backdoors in position, and the nut flush of course, I do want to put money in here. This is awesome. Watch this. Here I'm gonna check. Make the nut flush on table 1. I like my ace is better. Come on, do it, do it, do it! Yes! Cracked aces. I lost with aces in the 3-veil earlier today. So that is okay. Another decent splash here. I wonder, out of position, I'll let it go. Caution prevails. Here, I wasn't sure if I should 3-bet it. Actually, that one I'll look into in a moment. I think I might be able to see what the matrix is saying. I'm just gonna call. Oof, perfect. Right, so here we have an interesting spot as well, where against the small blind I think I will bet. Make the second nut flush here. Really? Snap call, right? Don't slow roll me, bro. Ooh. What a brave soul. I appreciate that immensely, man. So yeah, Shazam times 2. That was certainly good for the bankroll. Yeah, and thanks again, Spider-Void, for letting me know. This is a fine call. Can definitely make some nuts here. Namely, of course, the set of jacks. What's the other thing I wanted to check out? Right. The king, queen, what was it? Hang on, what was that spot? Of course, folding here. He bets full pot. Interesting. That's interesting. I learned today that shouldn't really be a thing in position. Especially not with that hand. What the deuce, dude? Oh, we like Roderick, I'd say. Right, so he was under the gun. I guess I was in the cutoff there with King Queen 7-5. Should actually just be a fold, but the 7-6 is a call, so it's not the hugest of deals. Okay, we did have 2 pair here, which might or might not still be good. Gonna wait a moment till I check, of course. I'm gonna play a small pot here. A gutter and there's a flush draw. Against friend of the channel, Spider-Void. Who shall... not take it on right away. Okay, now we have an open-ended straight flush. Are we good? That is the question. Yes, nice. Yeah. Yeah, top set. Just top set? Yeah, and a Jack of Diamonds as a... wait, no, of clubs as a club blocker. Fair enough. Get raised certainly can call it with the perfect non-gapped 8-high rundown here. Not gonna be able to do anything on this board though. Let's see, that's gonna be a good example for me tightening up in the small blind. I might have been on the fence about this hand earlier. I am almost 100% certain that it should just be folded. Where is this one? It's a different story. Even though we have no suits, it is still a nice hand. The ace king king 6. Speaking of nice hands, unfortunately table 3 is now two-handed. Ooh, and Mr. Jnandez is live. Fortunately here, I don't even need to check a stream to see if he's playing PLO 20. There are too many tables at PLO 50 and also should be like 2 tables at PLO 200. Took it down here with the c-bet. Here I raised and I don't really have anything from this board, so just checking it down is fine by me. Unless he has other plans, which he does, incidentally. Right, and my mission for tomorrow's stream is gonna be to download more music from Epidemic Sounds. And I do mention them by name, which I don't do with a lot of stuff, but I just dig them. You know, they have music that sounds like proper music. Whereas the Pretzel Music app I was using earlier, or Monster Cat, had a lot of more questionable stuff. At least when it comes to my taste in music. So let me open up 2 more PLO 20 tables on the side, merely in order to fill up the pool a little bit, which by the way would be my advice if any of you are playing on Run It Once. Right now, as they're still in beta, the pools can be quite small depending on the time of day. And if you want to play on a certain stake, then open like six tables, so there's 6 entries in there. That way you will entice other people to hop in. Interesting board. Also interesting up here. Hang on. So here I'm gonna check. I think I can call this because I can make nuts, namely with a queen here. That's a very interesting flop. I think I'll lead this one. Here I bet after making the second nuts. Get the fold from the initial raiser, which is awesome and very disciplined. Nice. The power of blockers. Took it down on table 4. This, I think I'm just gonna call. There's like make it a 1-gapper and fine. Took it down here pre with the aces. Right. So, you know, it might hurt the amount of viewers I have, but just to let you know, Mr. Jnandez is live now. If that, you know, interests you to watch the master at work. I'll actually check out his channel just to see what he's doing. Right. So this is a rather interesting one, and I think I'll go for it. PLO 200 and Run It Once. I'll leave his channel open on the side. That's not a happy card, because now I can't really continue bluffing, although... His king Ace 10 is a tough time. Honestly, didn't really play it like a set on the flop. You would have had to turn a set of queens to go for the snap call here. And we do take it down, which is, you know, a lot of my mind. Just putting something in the chat there for the Jnandez channel. It's not gonna be a constant source of distraction, don't worry. I just checked. No, actually I'll bet this. I do have the blocker to the straight. And of course the blocker to the top pair, as in I have a top pair. Right, so you know, if he's starting now, maybe, hopefully, no, I'm not hoping for the player pools to dry up, but maybe he opens up at a PLO 20 table as well. Never know. So just leave it open on the side just to check occasionally to see if he is indeed playing PLO 20. So we flop top 2 without any blockers whatsoever. He bets half. I think I'll just let it go. I'm basically hoping to make a full house here, and then that seems a little bit too optimistic. Calling ones maybe, but nah. No backdoors, no blockers, and he gets the bad news. Or not. Queens and king 10, that part's a given, and he gets there right away. Top set and a flush draw. Fair enough, that's... So he is not only... He's also... Kind of... Not sure take on that. Because he didn't have any backdoors. He had the... He flopped the nuts, right? Ace king 10 7. Triple spades, not even suited to the ace. Right. Yeah, let me just take a note. Yeah, it took me a while to understand that, but somebody like in a poker show I was watching years ago said there's nothing worse than flopping the nuts in PLO, and now I understand that's exactly the situation where where it gets in a lot of trouble. When you flop the nuts, you pot it, and you don't have any redraws. Like this guy he had no pair, no chance of, not even a remote chance of getting like a backdoor full house kind of thing. And yeah, he didn't block the diamonds there. That is a happy turn indeed. One that's gonna get potted with us holding no spades. Oh, awesome is that. Yeah. You should have bet. Wouldn't have made a difference. I would have folded, but... Very optimistic dude. Here, top and bottom, I'll just check it. Call happy with over pair. Hang on. I think I'll go all in here. Ace 10, check 10, 7. It's really thin. Actually, no, I don't like it. I don't like it. Don't know if he's that crazy. Well, he is. No good, sir, kings. No good. The triple kings and a 10 were good enough for the old all in there, huh? can let it go out of position. Here we have a much nicer spot. And we have an interesting one down here, where I will check, I think. Interesting turn. Here we're gonna pot it, put it in. And here I think we can get away with betting half, or checking is also fine, just checking again. If he raises, of course, I'm not folding. Yeah, just check it down here, the money goes in. Really hope we're ahead. Stay there? No. He gets there in the end. Fair enough. Jack 10-8. Not sure what happened down here if I ended up taking it down. Kinda doubt it. No, he had a straight King 10. So he had King 10 there. Here I'll check once more. Just check it down. I think we might be good. Yep. I'm actually checking this. It's also a thing, he has way more kings than I do. I do end up taking it down. Oh, and here I'm sitting with no money. What to do? This shall not stand. We're gonna play against Spider Void here, flopping top 2, without any redraws. Actually, I could have potted it there. I should have potted it. Wait for a safe turn. I'll just check it. We still have some showdown value here. He doesn't have too many straights, I would hope. Ace deuce. That was a very optimistic call, my friend. I mean, he had three diamonds and the gutter, the 8 blockers, sure, but I don't know. I don't know. It won the pot. That's what's important in the end. Yeah, I should have done it on the... I should have potted the flop and then potted the turn. Then we wouldn't have been in this dilemma. Up a wrap. On a rainbow board, no less. Not good. I'll just let it go. Let's watch this then. No splash pot. How much extra is in here? €2. Okay, that's not bad. What did I fold? Fair enough. Rainbow garbage. Actually, let's keep watching this. I'll switch over to the other table if something develops. Rainbow garbage would have taken it. But would have, should have, could have. Never important. Bet now? He has like ace 3? No, he would have... I don't know. Here, definitely not the flop we were looking for. Same is true on this table. We do have a gutter. For whatever that's worth. Sorry about that. So if you have a blocker, I'm not sure how useful blockers are against this dude. Do I have a call happy note? Yeah. At least for all the streets before the river. But scratch that. When we make the nuts, then that's good enough. I'm a very loose passive on this table. That's a rare sight. Pick it call. Neato. What does he have? Seven, 5, 4, 3. Triple suited in hearts. So yet a straight. Cool. And we got aces over here. I'll let go. Doesn't play particularly well multi-way, and it's a little bit thin to raise. If to make it suited to the 9, then sure. I mean, I could probably raise it in either way. I predominantly thought about calling, and I think raising would have been fine. Yeah, that way we hopefully get it heads up, would be in position. Yeah, I think I would have liked that. Anyway, so far, no. I don't remember an all-in part where, like, that I shouldn't have been in or anything like that. Maybe I forgot one. But in any case, I'm happy with how the day is going so far and my play. Gonna be a raise fold. Even against Crazy Pedro here, who is probably wearing the wrong shirt. You know, if he now calls, then I would have to call, I think. Or would want to call. Not... no. The nuts on the Spider Boy table. Who gets out of the way? And if you just take down the blinds, then that is fine as well. Oof. What a board. I'll see with the small ones and then let go. It works often enough that I think it's fine with the small sizing. To still be profitable. He calls, we two turners straight. So we actually do have some showdown value now. The nut straight, never, no less. Yeah, sure, the small bet sizing. Wouldn't be surprised if he has a flush. No good, sir. No good. That's pretty funny. Jesus, 17 entries at PLO 20. Well, I guess 6 of those are certainly from Mr. Jnandez. I don't really see him playing anything else. Good for him. Good for run at once, too. So here, just hit to complete. Here we do have an interesting, kind of an interesting piece of the board. Oh, I thought like, how can you mid-raise by 10 cents? But no man is left. Right, so let's start by checking. He is nice enough to check here where I raised and then called a re-raise. And hello, nuts. Well, you know, not the nuts, but you really shouldn't have any 5-6-6s there. Gets checked once more. We had a pair and the second gutter to our arsenal here. Or our potential, I should say. On a rainbow board. I think here, nothing comes of it. Just check and give up. And I think I'll bet half again. Like no, he doesn't have kings, right? Unless he played him very close to the chest. If he comes over the top, I would be shocked. Shocked, I tell ya. Yeah, that was the... Hey, the aces, dude. Nice hand. Nice hand. Because he certainly didn't have kings. This I can call, I think. That is okay. Where is here? I think it's still okay. Wait, here, sorry. Yeah. So we do flop some interesting stuff. We flop very interesting down here. And so here, of course, I'm gonna fold. And here I'm gonna check. Yeah, I might check raise, actually. It checks. So I'm not gonna check raise now. Take it down here, which is alright by me. Unfortunate, but we didn't invest a lot of money here. I guess that's the upside. Just bombing the flop is certainly an option too, I guess. Right here I get raised. It's up, sure. Double suited. Not folding too many double suited hands here. All the backdoors, but the bet sizing is a little bit large. Not suited to the ace, I'm gonna let it go. I was a little bit too frivolous in these spots in the past. Like coming over the top every once in a while, but not with this one in particular, I think, is an option. But even in these spots, or especially in these spots, the nut suits need to be in there for a call. Don't need a nut suit here, but it's nice to have on the ace-ace 6-6. Just gonna check behind. Or a call. Just gonna check behind here as well. This is a good, decent card now. one where I'm gonna pot it in a moment. The 8 is interesting. Took it down on table 4 with a bluff there in the end. Shazam! Whew. My thought process here was that I didn't have a thought process, just a lot of hope. If you want the honest truth. Hey, Line Hippie! Pleasure to have you back. Ooh, action up here. Let's get out of that way then. Yeah, I'd see Jnandez sitting at PLO 50, but there are way too many tables for us to... I'm not gonna say get a piece of him, but for him to get a piece of us at PLO 20, that's the correct way of phrasing that, I guess. Right, so we're steadily chipping up. See how the session has been going. Rather well. We're up pretty much 2 buy-ins, yeah? Just a tad over 2 buy-ins. Actually, this is strong enough to raise. But I might as well put some of the stronger hands. Not that it's like a super strong hand, but still I might just complete here with a decent hand every once in a while as well. No big deal. I will be out of position. It's gonna be a small part. And yeah. Actually, let me take a note on that, dude. Right, for a change I decided to come over the top here. Not really sure how smart it is. I don't think it's horrible. That being said, I have to check and give up. So check that one out. Yeah, actually I don't mind coming over the top here with a hand like this. Ooh, what's happening here? Big stuff. Jack, queens. Well, he's optimistic. Wow. And aces lost a huge pot there. Right, so I'm gonna putty out. I'm gonna reset on this table. Now we have tight aggressive Spider Boy to our left, and who knows what he's doing, dude who is discovered. And I don't need the heat of losing all today's profit in one hand. Just gonna reset on this table. I sat here long enough, it's not like I'm hit and running. And basically how I'm rationalizing it before myself, so I don't feel too bad about it. Not being a net. Would be different if he was to my right, by the way, then I wouldn't. What was that? That was the 8 is 8-6-5. Outline versus button. No, just a fold, a little bit too ambitious there. Okay. 10-9-9-4 splash pot. That doesn't play particularly well multi-way, so let's see if we can get it heads up. That is a dicey combination, my friend. Get shit-faced and crush souls at the tables. It is fun to play a little drunk poker for sure, but at least what I resorted to is I moved down stakes significantly. Like I played the lowest stakes and just docked around for being, as you so aptly put it, shit-faced. Right, so here I'm gonna have to let it go. It's certainly gonna be interesting to watch. But also to watch up here, stuff to watch up here. Takes it down. I'm gonna c-bet. Certainly not looking to get raised. Nice, nice, very nice. That was a decent little pot there. Closing the action, I called here. Just gonna check again. No reason to do anything but. That's the gutter. Some of my two pair, well, my two pairs are, a lot of them are dirty. Like, rivering an 8 or 9 is not going to be a source of pure joy, but still. You know what? Actually, I prefer folding it. This is not making it any easier at all. You could have. I'm surprised if he shows up with 5s now. No? Really? Okay. Cool. Cool. What did he have then? What's his nose? Alex. 9774. We turned an over-ender, had a bunch of future blockers. See if we can go for the check raise here. For once. It's not something I usually do with this hand. Hopefully somebody got kings. That would be awesome. Took it down, don't mind if I do. Yeah, but we would have won a lot of money there against kings, like all of it. Because they would that whoever had the kings there would never have put me on aces. Check the flop. Gut! Escrimas! Hey! Thanks for the follow. Is that a martial art? Eskrima? Eskrima? Something that rings a bell. What is it? No, it's a weapon, right? What's the Chinese? No, I have to Google that. Like one of the... No, it is! It's the Kali or Eskrima. It's the national sport and martial arts of the Philippines. Oh, alright, alright. Seen videos. Certainly fierce stuff. You shall have it, sir. I guess. That's pretty cool. I bore easily. Oh, I hear you in that regard, which is why I have to play at least a few tables. I bore easily. It looks like on table 1, which used to be table 2, the same table with Tony up here, he took another stack, it looks like, stacking up nicely. So yeah, I really don't mind out of position against these two dudes to limit my risk there and reset. So the player pool's doing 20 at only 20 at PLO 50, so maybe we have a shot at playing a few Jnandez hands. Would be awesome. Speaking of awesome, nah. I think it's a little thin to raise, like switch to suits. Well, doesn't make much of a difference actually. Check this one out. Let's say big blind versus MP, because there's one dude missing here. Chips are flying on this table, let's watch that. Here I am gonna call once with all the backdoor stuff. Turn to pair. Not sure about the turn call, by the way. Now I'm gonna let it go. I think the turn call was slightly too large. He basically bet pot, right? Yeah, I think not because of the, you know, river card. I'm just don't like the turn call. Flop was fine for half pot. That's perfectly alright. So let's check this one out. Let's say big blind versus MP. No, he left. The dude left. Well, hopefully he comes back. Yeah, re-raise. Kinda I came around to that point of view in the end. To re-raise that. Because ideally we end the hand right there. Save on rake. And it can certainly flop stuff. So, but this dude seems to be fairly adventurous as well. I think he lost a bunch of buy-ins already as well, so he might not be in the best frame of mind. A few splashes going on here where I just limped. I am gonna call. What's up? Here I'm gonna have to let it go. Interesting one. With me having the ace of spades to boot. Here I get raised and this I will call. I think this dude is might have lost it a little bit. Not quite the board I was looking for. I'm gonna fold on table 1. I was really hoping for a spade here in the end. He checks. We might be good. We do have some showdown value. There's no need to turn this into anything. Gonna play a hand against Spider Void here, or not. Fair enough. But he took down a sweet, sweet Spider Void big blind. And he also has plenty of hours, so... calling here is perfectly alright. Whereas here With the Jack 10 I could occasionally come over the top, like by default I would just fold it. Interesting flop here. Blocker and a gutter ourselves. Okay. He comes over the top. They do have now as played. Of course I'm not in love with the spot at all, but with the Jack 10-9 combo, I think I can't really fold it. This is ugly. Two left the top pair. I can't fold it. No, he got there. I actually had it on the flop. Wow, really? Really? King 9? Wow. Okay. That is awesome, and that is information for sure. Let's do the splash pot special and limp. I don't ever limp unless it's a splash pot, don't worry. Thank you. If you think that is tilting me, my friend, then you need to get up a little earlier. And this is, I think, the flopper we definitely can go broke on. This is also nice. We have a pair, open-ender, flush draw. I am gonna bet this. Not gonna back down. We get raised, which is alright. Okay, now we can triple up. Wait, what happened? He made a better straight in the end. How nasty is that? I guess he had a set of sevens, fair enough, he can't fold, but man, that's just mean. What do you have there? What do the other dude have? So he had pretty much the same hand. They had 9, 8, 8, 6. I mean. Certainly didn't call this. And he had ace, queen, 7, 7. Here we make the flush. I'm gonna check behind. We do have 2 pair. Turn the top pair and a flush draw. Here he checks behind. Hopefully we're good. Nice. Nah. Sorry about that. Woo! Aces. Long time no see, my friends. This should get Spider Void out here. Be very surprised if he finds a cold call. Because Spider Void is playing a good game. Tight, aggressive, I like it. Incidentally, so do I right now. Tight aggressive on 2 tables, tight passive on the 3rd. Let's check this. Once more. That's not a horrible card, all things considered. Might just give us the win here. And I think it does, right? Because he doesn't have straight. Neat. So this is certainly a fine table, and I think table 1 is quite nice as well. Let's check out the player pool, see if we have a shot at playing with Mr. Jnandez. 16 in the PLO 52 pool, not tool, pool. So I went and did like a little bit of a frisky race here. On the other hand, I'm on the cutoff, so it's not horrible. Just gonna check behind. And of course there's also some extra money in here, which always helps. That might just give us the win in a perfect universe. So he doesn't have the Jack 9, very likely. Could have the King Queen or King 10. Queen 10, but I also have air. He does have the Jack 9, man. Take everything back. That was a very optimistic call, by the way. It's not, but I felt a little bit frisky. Why not? And just gonna check behind, I block nothing from the board. Although, hang on. This is not his board all that often. It's Rainbow 2. We do have a pair in the backdoor flush draw. So I think I do want to bet here. Not gonna go crazy. If he calls. If he checks, this might be a fine one to pot on. Nope. Okay, save me that money. Let's try it again with the limp here. Because of all the, splash pot madness, and on, as I said before, on PLO 20, that's actually a viable thing to do. At PLO 10, people just went nuts and came over the top with the craziest hands. That is not the case on PLO 20 for some reason. So more often than not, we actually do get to see a flop here. A decent pot brewing here. I certainly folded fine. Was a raised 3-bet. Ooh, now that is a splash. $24 big blinds, €4.80 extra in there. Just checking how big I could make it. I have no... Nah, it's a little bit too optimistic. Let's hope he doesn't come over the top. Ah, man. Well, I'll tell you what, if it goes heads up, then... If these two dudes fold, then... like... Nah. Live to regret it, I'm sure. He would have flopped top pair, flush draw. Exciting. He had fives, and he would not have drawn out. Here I have turned bottom set, decided to do bet. To bet indeed. Der Alte, hey, welcome back. The poker gods are treating me alright, I think. I did lose 1.5 buy-ins earlier, but I'm still a little bit up for the session. Not much, half a buy-in. But the 1.5 buy-ins I lost there, I don't mind how the hands went down. I got it in, got the money in well. And I did some studying today, so I'm hoping that'll pay off at some point. I'm already c-betting a little less and c-betting a little bit different, and I'm planning to 3-bet more, but I didn't really get the hands yet. This I'm gonna let go, even against the crazy dude. This I'm gonna raise. And no joy. Let's check out this then. And here, friend of the channel, Spider-Void is on the table, of course. Unfortunately to our immediate left, and he's not a bad player at all. Gets checked all the way. I think in the cutoff this is fine-ish. Do have a ace-high suit. Here we do have some blockers with the 7. Some future blockers, I should say. See what comes of it. This might be a helpful card. Puts us ahead of ace-9, ace-5. Do end up taking it down. On the... hang on, let me see if I can dig up the hand. On the 3, 5, 6, 7 board. Let me find the hand. Yeah, sure. Let this one go. 6, 7. I think it was this table. Ah, I think I got it. 5, 6, 7. The ace 3. Had he checked, I would have bet, yeah, but I was out. I was in position, I think, so he bet. Hang on. Oh, you mean on the turn? I did bet the flop, but with his 7, I mean he was in the small blind, so he's not having too many straights, but he can have some, and he didn't think too long about calling there. Yeah, I don't think once the 7 comes, I didn't block anything of relevance. Yeah, I spent the whole day watching Mastermind stuff, and I'll put some studying time in after the session tonight, then tomorrow, well, my morning, tomorrow noon, before I stream, I'll do some more. I'll tune it up, turn it up a notch with the studying from now on. Oh, danke Rea. Welcome back, mate. I have a stream open on the side, you know, maybe he stoops down to PLO 20. You're saying that at a funny point in time. I was just thinking, like, maybe I should end the stream and just rate Mr. Jnandez for a change. Oh boy, hey, welcome back. Nice to see you. I have free access to the mastermind right now, so I took advantage of that for the whole day. 8-6, I can't do anything right now. There's no spots where I think I should be in hands. This is the same. Can't really call this from a small blind. Can't raise it rightfully. Here I do have a playable hand and also a raisable hand should he come in with an open there. Interesting pot here. Incidentally, we would have turned the lowest set, which is never a happy thing. Took it down on table 4 down there. It's a pre-flop raise. Yeah, so I actually went through the launch pad, which is like the course geared towards nice takedown, Spider Boy. Spider Void, not Spider Boy, sorry. Yeah, so I watched the entire launch pad yesterday, last night and today. Right, I did study last night as well, and which is more geared towards people coming over, like more or less beginners or people coming over from No Limit Hold'em, but it has a lot of some fairly advanced stuff in there as well, and I never bothered, quote unquote, to watch that, and found it very, very nice and immensely helpful. And you know, it's not like it's actually not like I did any PLO 100 specific studying, PLO 100 big blind specific studying at all. Or barely any. Even this I have to let go. Here... It's just we play a hand. Gonna fold it against the 3-bet though. Do have a hand down here. Flop top 2 on an otherwise dry board. Out of position, I'm gonna see it a little larger. that one down. I get raised here. I am closing the action. I mean, now we are 3 ways, so heads up, I would fold this. You get raised by a spider void. How dare he? But with the jacks, I'm not folding. No, of course I'm not calling either. Return the not flush draw here. Here return a 8-high flush. I'm gonna bet this in a moment. Yeah, might have been a spot, but also I think the dude might have been relatively call happy. Like I remember, I don't remember what exactly I was thinking, but I remember that it had something to do with the dude there. Kings take it down. Where do you choose to 3-bet? What's his nose? Joel. King, Queen, Jack 8. Double suited. Not sure about that one. Just gonna check it again. We have some blockers now. If a 4, 7, 9, something like that rolls off. Actually, I'm gonna call once. And as well, we do have the jacks. And by the way, this is a thinking player for sure. So we might sniff it out, or we might lay it down. Oh no, he's saying. Wait, with what? Bottom set, huh? Five, 5, 4 deuce. Single suited to the 5. I guess it was blind on blind action, right? No, I was. I think I was the. I'm confused. He was the button. Ooh, that is a optimistic button call, I would say. I think 5-handed with ace 3, it's alright. It is, Don Correa is definitely worth the money, and I did pay money for it in the past. And I would be saying that it's worth the money even if I didn't have free access and their banner on my channel right now. So I actually bought access to that when I started, before I started short stacking, when I was playing micro stakes myself. So the 100 euros was like a sizable chunk of my bankroll, like 20% or something. But I did study a lot for a month there, and I didn't regret it. Then of course I unsubscribed. Ah no, actually I know why. I got lucky. Like when it opened, they had a special price for like 30 euros for the first month, basically. That's how I could afford it in the first place. Later on, I did pay for it for another month or two for the full price. But I highly recommend it. The material is presented in an awesome way that makes it it is perfect for me. It might not be for everyone, but the way they do it is very easy to understand, very step by step, and all builds on top of each other. They have like special courses like 3-bet pots, and like they have like subsections of the courses like bet sizing and hang on. Play a part here. Also gonna play a part here, I think. Yeah, I'm not folding this, that's for sure. Unfortunately, not quite the board I was looking for. This might be. So I only have the gutter. I have to let it go. Make it a pair, and then the word looks slightly different. Yes, ace is not going to help us win the part here. Right, now I did turn off the auto top-up in the client because I'm quite comfortable in my short stack game, and why not take advantage of the time I put into that game. Like, I'm not saying I'm awesome at short stack, but I'm decent-ish. We do have two pair. I'm still gonna check this, I think, to make potentially make use of my ace of clubs on a club turn, depending on what he does. I think I'm putting it in here. Maybe not so good. Oh yeah, the 7-4 really. The good old Jack 8 7-4. Wow. I was figuring it was on a straight, but I was hoping it was on a straight draw. Thanks, der Alte. So what was the turn here? Was a king of clubs. Yeah, that might have actually allowed me to utilize the blocker, the club blocker, but he wouldn't have folded. I think that dude. But with the two pair, blocking the nut flush draw that he could go in with. Let me know what your opinion is about the spot. Not sure if I mind it. I'm not sure if I should mind it, how it went down. Check folding is certainly an option. Not a bad one either, I think. Yeah, right. I certainly would have played the Queen Jack just like that. There, hamster man. Not yet, my friend. Not yet. Welcome back. Okay, we got aces down here. Won't be actually watching too much while I'm at home since playing MLB The Show. But I have you stream up. Thanks, Hamsterman. Appreciate it. Right, Tonkarea, they have a whole bunch of play and explains in there, which I favor myself. And it's not completely solver oriented. They use the solvers as a tool. So there actually is a course about macro solver, like if you use it and want to know more about it. But it comes up in various topics, like when they talk, for example, about 3-betting out of position. They do make a short excursion into some macro solver graphics, like what the solver would do here and there, but that's not the focus of almost all the videos that I've seen. most min-bet oriented. Right, so flop some blockers here, a gutter. Open ender and the nut flush draw. I'm still gonna check it out of position. I'm not gonna try anything. Just gonna check and give up. Yeah, not a lot of hands coming my way right now. What happened? What? Aww. Thanks a lot, Hamsterman. Splash in my part, huh? Aw, thanks, man. I didn't know what that noise meant. Actually, I have to substitute that noise. We need a better noise for that. That's like the standard noise, isn't it? Right, again, I'm not blocking much of relevance here. Now with the ace turning and him checking, I think I do want to bet. And do that on the larger end. I do want to flop the top set here. Let's go for the check raise. Yep. Do the bites or obliges. Nice, took one down. Yeah, Stuman, thanks a lot. Yeah. I don't mind the line at all. The ace. I mean, it is a single raised pot. He doesn't need to have the ace here, right? If he comes over the top now, it's just all kinds of ugly. You know what, Don Correa, I like this line best, and second best I would like check folding. Or check calling once, I guess, with the two pair, and then reevaluating. Which, given what turned, like the king of clubs there, would have ended with me going for the blocker bluff. Three ways with the 8 high flush. I don't see the need to do anything in a three-way in a unraised pot, in a limped pot. Don't see it actually, unless he has 3 deuce. Oh, quads! That'll... Okay, you turned the set. Yeah, that makes sense too, but he didn't have like queens or aces there. And I've seen him do weird stuff on paired and flush boards alike earlier, which was the main reason why I called. I have a note on that, on him in that regard. Pro Poker Tools. See my EV? Yeah, I definitely need to get into some of these tools, like Pro Poker Tools or Poker Juice. But I think I'll hold off on that until we are actually able to download hands. And then I'm gonna do some review sessions on stream, actually. So there's now 19 entries in the pool. Maybe we can get seated at a 4th table at some point. How many PLO 50 entries do we have? 13, but 13 PLO 200, so I don't think it's likely that we get a Jnandez sighting just yet. Yeah, but one thing that should, I think, might be apparent to you already, compared to how I played earlier, is that I'm c-betting way less. I might be overdoing it like in the other direction now that I'm c-betting too a little, but I'm sure it'll balance out. But I did learn that I was a little bit too c-bet happy Actually, I'll check into that as soon as I can download the hands for like the first 1.5 months to see it in raw numbers as soon as we can port them, the hands, into Poker Tracker. Can't do anything here either. Well, in the big... Actually, I haven't looked too much into the spot big blind calling. But it is fairly disconnected. We're not suited to the ace, which even heads up counts more than I initially thought, or thought until yesterday. So I'll... Hang on, it is splashed. Because of the splash, I think that's what makes it possibly a call. But all in all, barring the splash, I think just folding this is more than okay. Jack 9 combo is alright. The 3 though is not helping at all. The only correct line is to go bald Steve and cheers 69 bits. Certainly a line I appreciate a lot. Again, have to let it go. Ooh, fourth table is opening up, so maybe a little bit more action coming our way. Hearing except playing balls to the wall. Sometimes I play drunk and lose my bankroll. That never happened to me, but I did lose a chunk when playing drunk. And it's fun to play a little bit, as you said, shit-faced sometimes. But I now move down the limit something fierce. This is an interesting one. Oh, I definitely want to get some money in here. We have top and bottom, and of course the ace of hearts here as a blocker. But thanks a lot, Don Correa, for the words. Also, it's not often that you hear the word serene. I dig it. Yeah, I'm sure there are more spots I can find bluffs in. I just today have been learned that there aren't really any check raise bluffs at 100 BB PLO. In the mastermind, I learned. But at 200 big blind and up, that's certainly a thing that happens, and I will do my best to incorporate that into my game. Can I call here? I'm at 50 BB, a little more. It's fine, one off the button. It's checked around, which is nice. Maybe we can catch another 6. He does, right. I will... thanks for mentioning that. I will ask him about it when the time comes. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind for sure. To ask Kippery about poker juice advice. Thanks. I've seen him use it on stream, as in, you know, check out hands after the fact. When I watched his stream last night, and I certainly liked that. Not always, but within, like a lot of the times, agreed, yeah. Doughboy. It depends who I'm, like if I'm on the button and like the small blind calls, I don't think that's a smart move, because they have more aces than I do, I think. But generally speaking, I completely agree, yeah. It is possible that I'm like under c-betting today. I would even say it's likely. Yeah, we do have a hand in a splash pot, and gonna go balls deep. Not gonna fold it if it gets re-raised. Not with the Jack 10 combo. But completely agree. That is certainly a good way to go about it. Especially when you're heads up. And that is a fine, fine, fine board. Size down here a little. the board pairs here, it gets iffy because there are low sets out there for sure. That is perfect. Please call, please call, please call. Ooh, with almost no hope there. Wow, he is call happy. 7-3. Not a fine hand here to open. Definitely, we have a very decent splash over here. I'm just gonna complete, of course, with a really crappy hand. And here, I definitely need to just check. I do have some outs. And we do flop stuff, actually, but no spades. We don't block anything. I could either pot it or check, and I think... I'm gonna call you once, for sure, with the gutter. Fortunately, the Jack-6 does not make us quite a straight. Okay, let's take one off then. Get lucky here. Nope. There is that. There is that. There is a very large element of call happiness happening among these on these stakes, for sure. So cutting down on the bluffs, I think, is very good for the win rate indeed. I'm just gonna let this go, of course. Gonna come in here for the call. Although we are triple suited, there's extra money in there. And it's a perfect rundown. Took it down on table 2 with the c-bet. That is an interesting board. It's possibly one to check raise, okay. Check and gonna call. Yeah, that's definitely an adjustment you need to make from like watching the high stakes videos from Jnandez. He could certainly have a speed. I'm not folding here. Yep, fair enough. Really wish I was short here right now. I have to let it go. Tight passive dude, nothing to do. Yeah, YOLO. The ace is YOLO, for sure. Yeah, that's what aces. I'll eat someone's head. No, well, good thing nobody I know owns a hat. Doesn't matter that we would have flopped the world. Still a very, very fine fold. Here we do have a bunch of blockers. As in all the 8s. Kind of dig that one. Right? That was a pure donation right there. Yeah, with the 7-3, like what the deuce was going on? You also have a gutter to the straight flush here. And we are playing three-handed on 2 tables and four-handed on this one. You know, make it a perfect rundown. Sure, I'll be in there. With the one gap. It's a little bit too weak. Oh, did he have a straight? I didn't see that. Okay. Okay. Must have been the Jack 9, right? Queen Jack, I mean. Yeah. Queen Jack 8-6. Sing a suitor to the Queen. Gute Nacht, der Alte. Thanks for watching yet another evening. That is quite a thing. Right, so this might get rather interesting. Unfortunately, we are now heads up on this table, which shall not stand. As you know, I suck. That's mighty fine. Here we turn a straight, and I think it might be good. He didn't bet twice on the diamonds here. Okay, you know, if he has king queen, he has king queen. I really doubt it though. He calls. I'm good. I'm not sure what he called. He must have had a set, right? Nice hand, he says. Thank you, I say. Yeah, it looks like this might be the end of the stream. We don't have any tables. Gonna get roped into this for full. Sure. Too obvious to bluff, but flushed. Don't do it to him. Ah. Got 2 pair in the end, but that was certainly good there. Him I'm not raising, he's too aggro. Don't need the heat in the last hand. Too obvious to bluff, flushed and straight board. Bottom's too good. It might be that that's what he thought, yeah. Certainly. Yeah, we don't have any run-and-ones tables now. I mean, I could check out the... Hang on, so let me first see... Anyone in the waiting list? Not really, we have 4 entries. We could check out microgaming. There's not much going down there either. Okay, let's see about this. And probably give up, I think. If his name is Happy. He might be called Happy. Oh! Certainly nice of him. Right, so let me check. Yeah, the tables are sort of in focus. That is fine. Okay. Then we can have a little bit of micro gaming action. There's one PLO 50 table going. Let's see if I can check it out first. See if I can maybe get some short stacking action done there. We'll see. I don't play. I do have money on stars. Actually, I just got an offer from them to deposit and get like $70 free, which I have to do one of these days. Nah, Zoom is a nitfest. I never did well on Zoom. And also, I hate the fact that I get like 3% rake back. I feel insulted by the site. And I used to be a supernova on their side, at least for 1 year, because you know Black Friday happened. I didn't have any games to play anymore as a limit hold'em player. So yeah, nah. Zoom is in it fest. And actually, you know what? Even though I would actually maybe do it, but I don't have it installed right now since I'm just remembering since I reinstalled Windows 10 2 weeks ago. I don't have Party. I have money on Party and on Zoom headset. Poker Stars. But I don't have it installed, and just installing it now and setting it up to my liking would be a hassle. But I'll do it for cases like this. It's actually a good idea. So we have a PLO 10 and a PLO 20 table running over here. And I'll certainly keep an eye on the PLO 50 table, see if I can get a seat there. And also opened up some more tables on run at once, hoping to fill up the pool and hoping to get seated on a table or two again. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. For like at this time of night, the Zoom pool is probably not bad. So for the next stream, I'll set it up. I need to do the deposit and get the $75 free anyway. And you notice, I mean, stars, the rakeback is, you know, there's nothing more to be said about it than that's an insult, than that it is an insult, but I've made a pretty penny in the last 12 months. I played some tournaments here, there, and there, and also did play some Zoom, but I never did well, which is why I said what I said earlier. But they keep sending me like a reload offer, like every 90 days, or 60 days, 50, 60 days, something like that. And there were quite nice reloads as well, where I got like $75, $100 for free. Like no playthrough, nothing, just deposit and you got it. And speaking of you got it, we got a Run of One's PLO 20 table. I'll move that one over. See, is it in focus? Yeah. Just a 5 as a blocker, sure. Yeah, sorry that the other table shines through. Actually, I can do it differently. Think about that, yep. Okay, that's much nicer. Okay, so we have this table here where I decided to call. Gotta walk here with the kings. I flop decent on a otherwise pretty safe board. Not the happiest of turns. This, however, is an interesting board. I take it down on the micro gaming table. Still not folding, even if he bets pot. $1,000. Wow, I never had the volume. Oh, I haven't had the volume in a long time to justify that, I think. But I'm definitely gonna take them up on that $75 offer. Or do you mean let it pass and hope for a bigger one? The tactic would have never occurred to me. Yeah, what were their volume? Like, how much were they usually playing, or what stakes? Because I could definitely see that if they were playing high stakes, they have been upping their game in that regard, I must say. So the rakeback still sucks, but that extra thing almost might make it worth it sometimes. Oh, also, hey, Richie Lucky, I didn't see the name there. Welcome back, mate. So we have a gutter and backdoor stuff for almost full pot. I'm gonna let it go. Closing the action 10, check 10, 7, 6, a little thin. Yeah, Discord is a chat program. I'm sure, yeah, by now it's been explained in the chat. Like Instant Messenger or ICQ in the old days was, or stuff like that. He was very small, which I appreciate a lot. Nah, I was really hoping he would bet. He seemed to be the type. Very aggressive. I'm still gonna let it go out of position. Not a happy board. Just gonna check. I do have the 6 and the 10 of clubs here, but still. I'm gonna let it go for the pot size. Toning down that c-betting frequency quite a bit. Yeah, provided you played a little bit on the side, they do send you like a deposit bonus where you have to deposit like 4 times the amount, and you get like, for me, I have to deposit, what is it, $300 I think? And 25 of that, so $75 I get into my account, like no strings attached, there's no playthrough, you don't have to earn any points for it in my case, or like in most cases I think. And otherwise, yeah, Richie Lucky, I can, since this is now a mixed stream, I can actually say that I think. I do know somebody who has very nice deals for microgaming, so if that's of interest to you, then hit me up on Discord. And I have to check. Especially against the big blind. Even though we're three-handed, that is not as set in stone as on, or not as important as on a full ring table, where he's supposed to have a much wider range here. See if I can bluff him off it now with on the paired board. Here I can't do anything against the bet and rebase. This dude seems to be very crazy. I have to keep an eye on him. He's still in the tank. Calls very, very unfortunate. Oh, you min raises, huh? Oh well. I think it was definitely worth a shot. Oh, this dude made 4 of a kind in the end. Just saw the tail end of that, sorry. Shouldn't have self-excluded. Yeah, I mean, back in the day I would have completely agreed. Now it's not a huge loss, Poker Stars. The way the site has been going. Maybe at some point in the future they have a nice thing going, but right now I would not want to put any significant amount of volume in there. But that's just me, like, you know, I know Jnandez is still playing Zoom, but that's also because that's where the games are for PLO 500 a lot. And he is a good Zoom player. Against Happy here, we do have flop 2 pair. I'm still just gonna call, I think. Nah, I thought he bet all the way, man. Aces. Fair enough. Too careful, or too hopeful that I can get a check raise in. We need to work that out of my game. I make 2 pair here now, and with the 3 in my hand, I'm not gonna fold if he bets. Oh, actually, never mind. There's a flush there on there. Let's hope we're good. Let's hope he has like a queen 8, or just nothing. Is queen 9-5. Okay, it's an interesting board. Certainly got way better on that turn. Ah, right. Yeah, and I stand behind it, you know, as he has an amazing deal for microgaming. Right. Running like Stephen Hawking right now and still have a buy-in. I forgot Richie Lucky, yeah. You know, it's been a busy few weeks. But that's a good line hippie. There's the P, there's not a PLO 50 table, that's heads up. So, this is definitely gonna be a race. Ooh, and another run at once table is opening. This time PLO 10. Here I got aces, let's see what comes of it. Nothing's gonna come of this though. Ooh, here I got raised, which is pretty sweet. Here, no money's going in from my side, of course. Here I opened, because it's 3 ways, you know, I don't think that's horrible. I mean, the pot is, yeah, SPR is 1 basically. Putting it in. Kings. Come on, ace. Oh, we won the side pot, so we actually we made 24 cents. So we had 4 of a kind, and I don't know what this dude had. Looked like 7s in the end. Ooh. I was so unbelievably happy the moment I clicked that withdraw button. Yeah. I was like, screw this, I'm done with that side, man. Unless they change something huge about their way. Governed by shareholders, man. The next quarter figures are what's important. Here, this of course I raise, 3-handed, no two ways about it. Yeah, this dude had a very, very bad hand earlier. I'm gonna come over the top here. Not necessarily a hand to do that with. By the way, even though it looks very nice, it doesn't need to be here. I get punished for c-betting small. Does he have aces this time, or was it some random, yeah, random crap? Come on! What can you do? Certainly able to get our buy-in back from him, that's for sure. Down here. Let it go. So he is a proper maniac. This is a nice board. Triple the amount of money, yeah, for sure. For sure, like, how can you beat 60% rake back with the lowest microgaming lowest rake in the micros? Yeah, he's just having crap. Took it down on table 1, by the way, with pot-sized bet out of position there on the turn. Benefit is lowest rake you will find for the micros, and 60% rake back is the deal I have. I think it's one of the best rake back deals there is right now, to be honest. Like for micro grinders, I know in PokerStars you can... Party now has like an equivalent to the old Supernova days. Supernova Elite days, actually. But how nice is that? This time I am going for the check raise. We have a huge splash here. Come on, bet. Ah, really? Really? Me. I'm doing it wrong. This is entirely my fault. Don Korea, hit me up on Discord if you want. And after the session, I'll point you the right direction. Crap. Some sort of crap. Sort of crap, I should say. So definitely... It was the eraser as well, right? Hang on. Let's pay to figure that out. Here... I'm gonna call this once, actually. Make a flush. Here, make the nuts, which is certainly nice. That dude is called Charles, and he was the initial raiser. So he's a proper maniac, I would say. Whoop, what's going on here? Fortunately, the PLO 10 table is now heads up again. Right, hang on. So first of all, what's happening? That's... hang on, I got a lot of irons in the fire right now. Wow, welcome to the channel, everybody. We are playing against a proper maniac, which is why I came over the top here. I just saw him do the weirdest stuff. Yeah, case in point. And here we have another proper maniac. Hang on, before I can fully appreciate the madness that is about to unfold. Hang on, right. This is quite surreal to get raided yet again by Jnandez. I'm just gonna call here. And the whole crowd is here, man. Unfortunately, I would like to have way more run at once tables to show, but there just aren't any right now. The games are kind of slow. But what I do have is 2 tables on microgaming and a very crazy dude here and a very crazy dude here. And here with 2 pair, I think the race is in order. I don't think he has aces. That would just be the weirdest thing ever. She's my heart. And that's gonna be a check, I think. Ooh. I'd get it all. Because he's completely pain-free, that dude. You saw, he just called the nut me with the nut when I hit the nut flush. I hope he's gonna do it again. No, not this time, okay. But we are now sitting on a nice stack there. Right, so I'm sorry, it's just very busy there for a moment. Yeah, for a moment. Welcome back, everyone, I should always say at this point. It is a huge pleasure. And Hartman, hey, welcome back, my friend. The session, let me check on Run At Once, is not going bad. And now with the huge win here, I should be up like 2 or 3 buy-ins in total. You find the Run At Once client. Things are happening all over the place right now. Yeah, on Run At Once I'm up half a buy-in. Here I'm up... It should be up like 2.5 buy-ins, something like that. Wow, that is quite a thing. So, here we have a proper pink shirt. Let's watch this. I'm sure craziness is gonna unfold once more. And also let me throw my head into the PLO 20 pool a little more. So then there's more entries. Ooh, this time he actually has sort of a hand. Sort of. And I expect there are gonna be some really nice pots here against Charles. Yeah, I had to resort to some microgaming tables where we are playing on an awesome PLO 20 table up here with just the most active player ever to our right. And here we have a dude who is aptly called Happy, and he's very happy about and pretty careless about where his chips end up, and happy to put money in. So certainly some decent action for the micro stakes about to unfold, I think. Let me just double check that my mic is on this time. Sorry, I had the wrong thing in focus there. You were staring at a blank portion of the screen. That's not how it's supposed to go. You chose Deco. Hey, welcome back. I upped my emote game. Check it out. They also have one for the splashed... Actually, a two-part thing. Like one for the pot button and for the splash pots. And white. Right. I'm forgetting another important thing. Pomad, Z, thank you very much for the follow. That is quite nice. Yeah, so I had an eye on the Jnandez stream, of course, the whole time. I saw him take down a few nice pots there at PLO 200. How did he end up? Out of curiosity, like how much did he end up? Basically the question. But I had an eye on it because I knew the player pools were small, and maybe I could have gotten the chance to play a few more hands with the man himself on PLO 20. But at least as far as I knew, I didn't. Oh, Heads Up Master, right. So you playing microgaming or getting 30% lifetime rake back. I do get those, and I also get, in total I get around 50 to 60% depending on the rake race. Here we have a hand against Charts. I expect him to come over the top once more. I hate juice! Thanks for the follow. I don't know, I kind of like juice. Orange juice, cranberry juice is the nuts, but it's so expensive here in Germany. Right, so actually I forgot the most important thing, after a raid you're very much supposed to give out a shout out. But it's not like nobody knows the Jnandez channel here, of course. And do I want to come over the top to... I think it's a little bit too frisky. Don't mind playing this 3 ways. We do have 2 Natsuts. That's a board we're gonna have to give up on a lot. Because we don't have anything except for the top pair here. Here, however, we have the bottom set, and I expect it to be good on this table quite a lot. It remains good, remains to be seen, because we don't have any clubs here. 8-5. We do end up making a straight, which might be good. Unless I'm misreading stuff, it's possible at this hour. Nice. And Utros Tico. Yeah, I'm doing very well, Utros. I mean, hang on. Oh, never mind. He's very short. I spent the whole day studying the mastermind. Okay, come on, pair the board. Pair the board. You guys, just bring the run good every time you come over. Let's watch here. Is King 4 double suited button? Please squeeze that. I hope it's... Oh, yeah. I hope I did. I hope I did squeeze that. Yeah, usually there are tables on all the 4 spots that I have selected to zoom into. So sorry for the blank screen there for a moment. Juka Juwu, thanks a lot for the follow. Here, this dude is chipping up again, which is very nice. I can't really do it out of the small blind. I learned today that I should be c-betting less, especially out of position, and that I should be much tighter in the... Well, I didn't learn that today, but I watched a video that drove the point home. Should be much tighter in the small blind. This certainly would have been an interesting flop, but by no means guaranteed a winner. Out of position here, 4 ways. I did not play Larry Friendly. I did not play PLO on full tilt because back in the full tilt days I played Limit Hold'em. Right. What's going on with that name? You're much eating on Kovacs. You're much eating okay, wow, that's a mouthful, that name, man. Right? I mean, it's the table for that. Actually, let's check out what Billy had there. That was him? Yeah, 34 hands, it must have been him. Oh no, it was he. Wait, who was it? Charles was in the hand? And Parker, I don't see a Parker, so I guess Parker sat here and this dude sat back in and used to be on the table earlier. I'm confused, doesn't matter. Whoever the third guy was in this hand is not on the table anymore, I believe. Right, so there is a PLO 50 table going on where I could short stack, but it's not a good one, so I'll pass up on that. Here we potentially have one. I'll sit down on the one PLO 50 table that might potentially be interesting. I'll let you know if it is. Otherwise I'll just close it. Against Happy, sure. Ooh, that's certainly Happy. Charles is short again, which is unfortunate. Not deep. We're both very deep, so I'll just call it. It's certainly not a bad card, I would say. All in all. That is a very decent river, I'd say. Sure how Calibi would be against the pot size, so I'll size down a little. How's the mastermind going? Let's check back in. You folded fine. King, Queen, 4-3. Please buy back in, Charles. Don't do it to me. Here, let me... Ace 9, 6, I think it's fine. Got another hand here. The mastermind has kept me busy all day. I actually did watch the launchpad. I watched various videos about, you know, more in depth about certain situations or various situations, like the bet sizing stuff and 3-bet pots. But that launchpad is awesome. I learned a lot. Ah, the pink shirt left on table 1. Maybe he comes back. I am gonna call this once with the open-ender. Here I turn a flush, but bet and min bet. I didn't see any need to c-bet here, even as the pre-flop raiser. Here, however, I do see the need. I don't think I should be bluffing this dude. I'll just check. King Rado! Thanks for the follow. The reasons to smile. Don't seize yet. So, he certainly has his fair share of kings and queens here. And Kataguga also thanks for the follow. This is awesome of you guys. This could be a check actually. So I'm thinking he does have aces or kings here. But with the flush draw, no, of course I wish I checked. No, here's crap. We make the royal. Well, you guys do bring the run good. What is going on? And a huge splash right after. Here we have a hand-ish. take this one down as well then. Nah, no dice. But I don't want to get greedy. The royal, just casually making the royal there. Wow. And he felt his oats, man. What is going on? Right, the PLO 50 table, the short single table is no good. I'll close it in a moment. I don't see the point of bluffing here. Don't block anything of relevance. None of the flushes. Just because it's a big pot doesn't mean I need to go crazy. You've just seen what happens when people go crazy when they shouldn't. So I'd rather not be among them. So on the PLO 10 table here, where we're quite deep, I can't really... Nope, shouldn't be doing anything. Here, ditto in the small blind. We got another big pot going on here with what? He had ace king, I guess. We do have a hand on this table now. Fortunately, it's 2 gaps, so I'm not sure if I should be 3-betting. Make it 1 gap, then I 3-bet it all day, but all I'm gonna end up doing is, cause at least he's gonna call, I think he's gonna call. I'll just call myself here. It's not a hand that plays like that well multi-way, but still. I'm never gonna get it heads up here. And I'm gonna stay careful. I have a redraw. But I think taking this one slow is the name of the game here. He's also very deep, like both of these dudes basically have us covered, or we're playing effectively for the whole stack, yeah. Good thing I took it slow. That is helpful. And I do end up taking it down. Because he did have the aces, yeah. I have a hand over here. And I don't mind how this hand went at all on table 2 there. Out of position, checking sounds good to me. Keeping the pot small. We do have a lot of stuff that could turn us something. Yeah, it's not among it. Not part of the stuff I was referencing there. I'm blocking the straight draws. He could have bet here. Although I am confused that he didn't see bet. I think I'll let it go. And here I get into an interesting spot where I made a mistake. I think... yeah, now he's betting. I bet a pot size... I called a pot size here, but now I have the straight and the... And the full house outs. This is quite sucky. I would have preferred if I folded the turn here. Yeah. With the full house outs. It's the pot size bet. He bet pot, huh? Am I ever good here? Am I ever good? What's he betting pot with on the flop? I think too much hero calling is definitely a thing. Sick Royal, here comes the YouTube. Right. I need to... thanks for reminding me. I keep forgetting to set markers. Yeah, on this table I should have just folded the turn, the flop there for the pot size. It's a icky, very icky spot here, the whole thing. Definitely a Shazam moment. That's quite nice. So this table is filling up, which is very decent of it. Middle set, basically no backup and no blockers. See how, if he's bluff happy or the king 10, that makes a lot of sense there. Take a note, he went for value there with the straight. And Roran, whoever he is sitting on a very decent stack here at PLO 20. I have a feeling I know where it's coming, where it came from. This dude. And thanks for that. I completely read over that. Thanks for passing on the run, God. And you didn't you just, right? You said it before the Royal came in line at me. Ah, thanks for that. So that puts us up 2 buy-ins on run at once. And I guess in microgaming we are, in terms of PLO 20, like up a half a buy-in, something like that. Let me check that. Yep, exactly that. €9.99. Not quite the droid I was looking for there. Right, so it turns out, yeah, take it down here, just fair enough. It turns out this dude is very crazy, which makes me rethink that not having call there a little bit. Like with the straight there on the flush board. Queen, Jack, Jack 5, triple suited though, so if he raises I'm out, but if he folds I guess I can come in for the raise. The limp saw. I never know what to make of the limps. The power limp no less, like first in. So, I think c-betting this small, it's not like I'm giving up a huge amount of equity here. If I get raised, if I get called, I do have a gutter to the nuts. It's scenario A. Ooh, we do have a hand on the, what is it, PLO 10 table down here. And this dude is, I think he has the right tag here with the Maniac tag. We have the Ace Queen 10-8 double suited, a very fine hand. should he come over the top? I'm half tempted to just put it in. Oh, actually no, I haven't seen him 4-bet yet, never mind. He overbet 4-bet 70%. Well, it's a small sample. 28 hands. Pot size, huh? How often is he donking the flop? Not yet. Interesting. I do have a backdoor flush though. I would love to call him here, but he hasn't donked yet. He is very active and pretty crazy, but he hasn't donked yet. And I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. Could very well have the hard draw. But even jacks beat me at this point. Hey, Chowther! Welcome back, my friend. Okay. Let's flop something nice. Oof. Tough one. That king isn't helpful either. Now our set might not be good. And you know, this is like a Darth Vader board. This deal is getting worse and worse. Or should it be a Lando Calrissian board? Oh. Got there in the end. But he could have very well had queens or kings, so when the king turned, I don't mind not having bet there at all. Vance? Oh no, blue shirt. The other dude had a purple shirt, so he's not the guy we're looking for. This dude keeps losing more and more of his stack. I don't think his frame of mind has improved. Here, I did check behind. I have a feeling I do have the, like on the flop, but I do have a feeling I have the best hand. And they agree. No, happy left. That's unfortunate, that's very unhappy. Blind versus blind, sure. No, this dude is a short stack. But we do have better here. Maybe we can take it away on the turn. No, we can't, but we might have the best hand every once in a while. Here we do have a hand now. Very happily raised this against the what dude. Get a cold call by the short stack, so okay, so he should know better. I actually did take it down here. With Queen 10, Jack 9, Queen Jack 10 9. Against this dude, really? Do I mean? Yeah, he's just too crazy. Even though it's a paired board where I'm fine folding a whole bunch. Ooh! Another PLO 20 table is opening up, and look at that starting hand. Actually, one more. So, first of all, here we're just gonna put them all in. If he gives us the bad news, then so be it. He says that. Not yet, not yet! Yes! That's a very healthy pot there. Right. That's a very decent flop for an overpair. Yeah, and actually we're full of run-at-once tables now. I'll put this table to the side. Just put run-at-once tables on the main screen. Give me just a moment to arrange them. Yeah, did come over the top, got caught in two spots, and I don't see any reason not blocking the king to c-bet here. I could c-bet small, that does get the job done every once in a while. Probably often enough to actually do it there. Maybe I should have. But he bets pot and then no board. Wait, let's keep watching this. For now. Interesting. Not a bad board here, but still not blocking anything rough at time. He had a pure flush draw with a pair of deuces, and what happened here? Took it down with the pair of fives against the pair of deuces. Okay, the old splash pot special where I'm happy limping. Because the pots get really unwieldy really quick, and with mediocre hands I try to avoid that. And on PLO 20 the limping actually works. I don't do that, don't worry, about outside of splash pots. I don't. So, just calling for now sounds good. Certainly making things interesting. Not looking to get raised here naturally. Okay, so the crazy dude on the microgaming table is out of money. So I'll just close microgaming. And end up taking it down here. Just rearrange the tables a little better. A little bit like Monk in that regard. I'm not ironing my shoelaces, but you know, maybe I'll get to that stage as well at some point. Ooh. Okay. Gonna check behind you now. Here. Erased a card. I do have a whole bunch of nice blockers, so he bets out. Okay, I think folding this right away is also not bad. Because you would certainly also bet out the turn full house here. 9-10 is such a... It's a combo people like to play. Kind of weird that he just... I get raised here. King, Queen, 10, 6. Don't know anything about this dude yet. Check behind. Okay. Yeah, I think that was a little bit too aggressive, re-raising that. I wouldn't do it on a full table, I think. Did because we were really short. I don't think I need to re-raise this. Certainly another interesting board. Maybe you have to not flush draw, incidentally. Oh, calling once here. Turning a grab, I guess. Here I have 2 pair. But no blockers. Not much, at least, in the way of blockers. Here nothing happens. Nothing happens for me, I should say. See if I can just straight up bluff him off it. Nope. Not today. Here I called, and the board is getting a little bit better. We have 3 pairs now, and of course the flush draw in here. Things looking pretty nice. Definitely gonna go for the check raise. He bets pot. That is very unfortunate. Also unfortunate is getting this board here. That's pot. Well, I have 3 pair and the flush draw. That'll do it for me. Took it on with re-raise on table 3 with the 8s. These don't have 10s. Oh, okay. Splitting is fair. And with the kings, I think I will go for it here. It's the straight blocker. I mean, none of us had a flush here. That's relatively certain. He might have had like a small flush. Fair enough. I have the top set with some future blockers, I guess. In position, half pot sounds good to me. Pretty much always. Sounds good to him as well. Blind versus blind. I think this is more than an okay race. One gap, sure. We get to see a cheap turn. I guess with the backdoor flush. I mean, some of our outs are dirty. Like an 8 is not gonna have us in ecstasy here. Giving us an open-ender. But we might be drawing that. I don't have any blockers, so I think I'll try to go for it here and never win this at showdown. Just giving up is actually not bad either. I could have backed into the ace-high straight here. Seems to believe it, and not sure I like my own bluff there. Yeah, apparently I'm losing my glasses. Flop 2 pair. That sounds good to me. With some backup in case he calls. As in we do with the backdoor flush draw there. Nice. And I learned it today in the mastermind. That this is a spot to bet full pot out of position. I hope I learned it correctly. And that I wasn't donking around there. So if he was to call, I would definitely come over the top here, I think. And it's certainly fine to take up against one dude, but not necessarily multi-way. Where all the flushes are so easily dominated. Here we have a pair and a backdoor hard draw, I guess. Nothing to get too excited about. I'm not gonna call. And on table 1, unfortunately, I didn't pay attention. I got hit by the sit-out bug, where I can't sit back in. But I'll try to rejoin it. And there's a big patch on the way for round 1s. So this is probably going to be fixed quite soon. Neato, small c-bet down here takes it down. Jack 10 9 6 suited to the jack, huh? I think with the Jack 10 9 combo is okayish to call. Looks okayish to me. Down here we have a spot where the money is gonna go in. I raised, he came over the top, and I think it's still fine to call, and I think we took it down. Shazam! Man, you guys did bring the run good with you. So thanks for that. Certainly making my night. On and off the tables. Oof. Would've, should've, could've. But would've, should've, could've is never a theme of this channel. I think a little bit optimistic to races, but do keep in mind I am rubbish at shorthand poker, which might have become apparent to some of you, all of you already. Like 6 hand, I think I'm doing alrightish. But heads up is not my thing at all. I leave the tables when it gets set up. Heads up and shorthanded, can't really say I'm too proud of my game. Incidentally, he should be really tight as a short stack here. He certainly does have a bunch of aces. She's probably not going to fold if I bet. You have a splash pot special up here. How much extra's in there? 60 cents, huh? It's not nothing. Ooh, actually, you know what? I'm getting short, so I need to be tighter there. Note to self. Note to self. No need to stay tight here with the ace 9 6. Sounds good to me. See how it sounds to Grayson and Matthias. Those are not exactly the droids I was looking for. We do have a gutter, we have some sort of a blocker with the 6, but not really, not much really. Not a board for aces, I would say. So just checking in position and then giving up should he bet now. Still, I think checking it down is the way to go. I think I'll let it go. Full pot size, I mean... in his shoes, I would be doing this with a straight now, hoping that I turned rivered exactly what I did river. And now find a crying call there. Sure. Hey, Tovis. Over here we have an open-ender and a backdoor for half pot. That sounds pretty good to me. Here we turn an open-ender as well. Right, I mean here, sorry. There's here, top pair, jack. But no backdoors, no backup really, just let it go. Have to let it go here as well. Hi Tobies, I'm doing quite well. Hang on, let me, like today at least. Got a royal, the Jnandez crowd brought the run good over. Brought me a royal. And played some microgaming where we're in the end up 31 euros, so 1.5 buy-ins. And on Run It Once, I'm up 2 buy-ins. So 2, 4, 4.5. Right, what are we gonna do here? I think we're gonna check. Unfortunately, none of our backdoor flushes materializes here. Hey Mariano Poker, thanks for the follow. But please ask before advertising other channels, would be appreciated. I think that is the Twitch etiquette. So we have a pair of an open. I'll let it go. I have no hearts. Just a middle pair in the gutter here. Oh, 2 pairs are not going to be too exciting, like an ace or jack. It's never going to be alright, never going to be great. Yeah. Case in point, that would be a very tough spot all in all. Wow, what did he have? Yeah, I'm gonna call. I definitely have some very nice future blockers there. But for this bet size, I can't really utilize them. Yeah, not against full pot, that's fine. Have to let it go. Out of position, not suited to the ace. It's not a great proposition there. Right, I was gonna check out what Hugo did that with there. In that last hand, on the King Queen 6 board, he had the Ace 8 4 3. So I guess he had a gutter on and hearts on the turn. He's just liking that raise button, huh? So we do flop something. On a rainbow board, no less. The pair and the open-ender. Pretty deep against him. That'll do me just fine. Do you care to make another big bet, sir? Now would be a good point in time. I'm gonna give him the bad news in a moment. Hopefully you're gonna stay bad news. Might be free rolling us. Never know. Stranger things have happened. Overall on 20, check it out. I'm still down just a tiny bit. Not much anymore. Take that one down, that certainly helps in that regard. Still down like 5 buy-ins or something, I think. Although, there is some room for error there. I'm not down more, I might be down less, so I actually... yeah. You know what? This might be the pink shirt here, this Grayson dude from the other table. Let me actually check out some showdowns by him. See what I can find out. Let's give a decent hand here. Here we have a top pair in a raised pot. You know what? I'm short. I'm gonna come over the top here. I almost just called and I noticed that I'm short, and that's definitely a hand I wanna put it all in with 50 BB. He has aces. I'm not doing horribly against aces, and I actually get there in the end. Wow. What a run out. Here bet half. Yeah, the ace is not helpful. Alright, I was gonna check out some showdowns by Grayson there, right? Very frisky open, I admit. Actually a little bit too loose, to be honest. Here, what are we gonna do here? King, Queen, 7, 5. I know it's usually a fold. I have no idea what to do with this one short-handed. I have no clue. Flopping top and bottom pair helps. Get raised here, now in position. I'm definitely gonna call. Interesting flop. Just gonna start right away here. Telling a story. Hoping he doesn't have queens. Okay, keeping the pot small still sounds like a good idea. Ooh, that's just nasty. So is this potentially... although nobody bet yet, so maybe there are no diamonds out there. Yeah, that was just way too optimistic from start to finish here. Although had the ace not come, another club, then I would have stood a decent chance to take it down. He now finds the bet button. There's also Jack 9, which I'm not blocking. And I have no diamonds, so I'm gonna have to let it go. Prefer to keep my stack intact to play a big one against Grayson there. I have aces over here. On the board where I have a few blockers, but still. That's either a really good or a really bad card. He's saying it's a really bad card. Okay. And against him out of position, I see no need to increase the size of the pot here. If we have a pair and a backdoor flush draw, if we bet small, I'm certainly going to be in there. On this board, I do have the 8 as a blocker, but still out of position. Even if I turn the flush draw, it might get too expensive for my liking. Ooh, I got aces up here. And a decent hand down here. Ace, King, 8, 4, double suited, perfectly so. This is pretty much the dream. Down here I flop top pair and the gutter, I guess, some blockers. He bets the 3, really. I don't believe you. Certainly gonna slow him down, I hope. Take it. Wow, I take it down pre. That's also very nice. It was a very decent pot. Ace king, no good, my friend. So stabby, huh? Here I bet before the flop. I think c-betting for a change is okay. Toned down the c-betting quite a lot. And possibly even a little bit too much, but you know, having watched a whole bunch of videos on the topic today, it's I think I over-adjusted a little bit, but with time it'll reach a decent balance. Where's here? I'd rather check, keep the pot small against Grayson once more. With a double gutter, sure. That's unfortunate. This, however, is pretty fortunate. And here, on the flush board, I'm not gonna... Or will I? Actually, I think I will. Block the straight, which should certainly be concerning him. That I might have the straight if he doesn't have to flush. Here, it's just the nuts on the rainbow board, I'm gonna call. Just the nuts, with the nuts, I mean. Took it down on table 4, by the way, with the bluff. Having no heart, I think I'm gonna go for most of the pot here. Get a call. This is a very happy outcome. You can have plenty of lower straights now. Oh, nice. Please don't have the same hand. Nice. Oh, that turned out well. You know, if the knight keeps on going like that, then I'm going to be in profit on PLO 20. Actually, I'm closing in on that. Out of position, I think checking is a good start, all in all. Again, I'm rubbish at shorthand play. Maybe that's just, like always, a c-bet there. That is a very decent card. This one I was not, and I was just thinking, like, of before that one turned, I swear, that I think I would have liked leading on this card. I still take it down. We have a very decent hand over here. King, king, 9-9, and wow, on the right table aces, and on the other table kings. Wow, what's going on? Hang on. So first of all, let's stick to this one and take it down with the aces pre. Very unfortunate. And here, I think this might be a little bit too loose, because if he comes over the top, I'm basically gonna have to throw it away even three-handed, I would assume. Yeah, I'll just stick to that. Those are not great kings. There shall be better spots. And I would have preferred had I just called them. We do have a pretty pretty decent grab with the backdoor, not flush draw here, not blocking clubs though, but still I think coming in for a bet is fine. I can call if he raises. Maybe just take it down right away. Gonna let this one go. With the deuce in there, triple suited and the deuce is a little bit too much of a disadvantage to overcome post. Especially out of position. I think with the Jack 10 combo that's fine. You know, I might be stating the obvious again. I have no deeper idea about the shorthand play. Yeah, good. Is that a min raise? No. Wait here, sorry. Certainly gonna call. Here he bets, I'm certainly gonna call it as well. That's a very happy river. Here we have a top pair. Might be dicey. Ooh, scratch that. I think so, a little bit, yeah. Not much more now, like 3-4 buy-ins now, I think. Is that 4? I think 600 was the mark. So it's either 3 or 5 buy-ins that I'm still down. For the life of me, I can't tell you exactly. Well, there's certainly a bunch of buy-ins that went the way of the dodo because I did stupid stuff. I'm not gonna sugarcoat that. But for the longest time after the moving up, I got hated on by the dealer, man. Like there was one day, there was just an entire day where I couldn't get anything going. Like either I didn't get the cards pre-flop, and I did get them, I had to fold. Like my fold button was glowing red hot because of overuse. Quite ridiculous. And there were a bunch of days in there like that where I had to fold a lot or just got the money in well and, you know, it went the other way. Which is also why I'm putting in more studying, because I think I was c-betting a little bit too much. This is a very fine board. And out of position I could have bet this one smaller, bigger, although we are very deep. I mean, you know, I'm not gonna hate if more money goes in here, of course. Two of the top pair, the nut flush draw, a gutter to the nuts. Certainly a decent spot. But yeah, truth be told, I think I'm still down a little. As I just said. Yeah, the move up curse is real. Like whenever I move up a stake, I get clobbered by EV. Always been that way. Whenever I moved up. Ooh, what a flop. For someone, I hope. Not for me, certainly. And we got a pot on here. Certainly folded fine. On table 2 here, I'm just gonna check and give up at my earliest convenience. I was gonna say, if he folds, I would like to play a hand with you, sir. If I gutter to the nuts and the backdoor flush draw, I guess. You're so deep that 10 would be a very happy card indeed. And what do you know? Good thing I kept it small. Here, however, I turn very nicely. No idea if this do this. Ah, the force! I was just about to cheer, and I saw the force. It's 10-4-4, huh? Very unfortunate. I think I'll have to let it go. Sleepy dude, very tight. He could easily have kings, aces, or just ace-king, or most other aces. A lot of other aces beat me. I have a tough time making two pairs. Should those ever be good? This dude is very short. He should be raising very tight. Usually that is not the case, because people misplay short stacks a lot. Mr. Flush draws. Him being short. Put it in here. Even if he has queens, we're not... Come on, flush. Eh. And he was very tight, at least in that hand. Good for him. Waiting for the aces there. Can't do anything here. No backdoors, nothing. That is fine. Here it's interesting. I have an open-ender, a flush draw. Certainly gonna call once. Okay. Also interesting spot coming up here potentially. Let's see. I'm just gonna pot it. With the current nuts with a redraw. Here things get even more interesting now. Not the dream turn, but not a horrible one. Might turn out to be expensive, an expensive one though. Took it down on table 3 there with the pot size. And here I can call if he bets. Hey, actually, I'm not behind this time. Very nice. Get cold called, which should be a thing at 50 BB, I think. That's the gutter, the nut flush draw. I think I'll just put it in. Nice. You know what you need to do, right, Nut? Go balls deep, as the hamsterman would certainly suggest. I called it! I called it! You know, great minds. Great minds. I haven't quoted him once, haven't you? I have to claim coincidence then. So yeah, heads up. My heads up game is certainly worse than my shorthand game. So this shall not happen. Would have, should have, could have. Not nice. You bugged my house, didn't you? No, I'm using someone else's bugs. I put bugs in there if there are already some in there. Right, so you have kings that get min raised, which is always... Ooh, yep, have to let it go. And unfortunately this turns into a heads-up match as well. In here I called rather optimistically as a short stack where I don't necessarily need to be calling. However, here the money's gone in from my end. One of the last hands down here, we have ace high, an iffy board. Call it once, maybe get a 4. It's helpful. This dude is, I think, rather crazy. Okay, top set is not bad, but turns out they ain't good enough. Wait, what did he have there? I know he had queens, but like, what queens? Just gonna let it go. I can't see the previous hand. Apparently I can't. I think the hand history for this table is bugged. Fair enough. See, not only bugged houses, also bugged hand histories. And for the trifecta, a cat that is bugging me. Just come up with that right on the spot. No, that was stupid. I do apologize. If you want your money back, then I'd have to say, what money? I also missed the other hand with Vance. Oh, now the hand history is back. Hang on. The Vance history. Right, so he had... Is it? Oh, that's another hand. There, Vance didn't go to showdown. Fair enough. This one I just called because A, it's a splash pot, and B, I would like to play hands with Vance. Two pair, good enough for him. Since he's short stack, you know, otherwise I would... What? Really? A Vance fault? Someone alert the authorities. And with that we are up 5 binds on run at once for today, and what was it? 1.5? Sorry, on micro gaming? Yeah, exactly that, 1.5, so 5, 6, 6.5. If my math teacher didn't lie to me, it's possible. It's kind of mean. So only 2 tables open right now. Check if there's something interesting going on in Betson. Possibly. Just check if that one would be in focus. Yeah, good enough. Again, mainly because I want to play hands with Vance. Sleazy MF! My day is going wonderfully! Thank you for asking, and also welcome back to the channel, my friend. Right, so I've been doing a lot of studying today. I studied all day. I watched Mastermind videos all day, specifically. And then I went on to play a session. And, you know, as I was about to maybe call it a night, hey, what you doing, cat? I was sorry about that. When I was about to call it a night, the Jnandez crowd came over and what can you do but play on? And they did bring the run good, man. I got a royal and am now up 6.5 buy-ins for the day. Certainly one of the better days. I would assume he has like kings, queens, or maybe aces that he is now delay betting. I mean, I was known to stream at this time before, but you're right, not in the recent past. So here we have a pair and an open-ender, I guess. A cat. And not the keyboard. Okay. Not sure if the backdoor flush is too concerning. With the 7 in my hand, I'm gonna call it. With the 7 of whatever the color is, clubs. Here, it's this creamy dude. The turn went check, so kinda confused where he's betting now. That's one of the spots where I don't believe him and I turn out to get screwed over, huh? No good, my friend. No good. No, I kind of regret not having you called you earlier in a spot. I don't remember quite which one it was, but I remember making a side fold against you. And he's done, and that means the table is done. That's very unfortunate. But that certainly helped the bankroll. How big was that pot? That was nice. It was a 30 euro pot, so 75 big blinds coming our way there. Not blocking anything of relevance. Yeah, so I guess the tables are winding down. It in the stream will do so soon as well. It has been as you just found out, 4 hours and 41 minute stream now. And I haven't really gotten up once in all that time, I think. I don't think I went on a smoke break or anything, really. Yeah. This can't be good. Yeah, I think another 5 minutes, and let's see who's on. There's bound to be somebody fun on. Maybe PokerBakes is on. Who I am playing a heads-up match against, like the Golden Blazer. Very entertaining tournament player as well. Has like this bracket thing where he looked up the 64 Twitch poker streamers with the most average views. For some reason I was among those. Right, and he did like a bracket thing where you advance around, you put up against somebody, and then whoever wins advances around. I have no idea what happens in the end. And so you can either do a Twitter poll or a heads-up match to decide that. And I'm now up against PokerBakes, who's awesome, and a fierce tournament player. And I think we decided on playing a heads-up PLO sit-and-go type of thing for, you know, the bracket. And so that's gonna happen in the near future here. And yeah, what's gonna happen in the very near future is that I'm gonna fold. Right, and why did I tell you that? Oh, right, because I was checking out who I might host, and maybe he's online. We could actually raid somebody. Pay the law forward, because you guys, you know, always freak me out when I'm... Ooh, we can just raid the Golden Blazer himself. Yeah, let's do that in a few minutes. He is certainly very entertaining, that dude, man. And he also interacts with the chat in the channel quite a lot. And I was playing a decent tournament game as well, from what I saw. As far as I can judge that. What course within the mastermind are you working on? I actually, I went back to the basics. I went through the whole launchpad yesterday and today. And I'll have to rewatch a bunch of those videos again. And they are very helpful. Because, you know, I did study stuff in depth for the short stacking, but... Okay, he's short, let's put it all in. But not for 100 BB poker, and so... Okay, we are doing very well. We used to do very well. The Ace-Jack 9-5 is not a hand for a 30 big blind stack where you should be coming over the top. Nope. But he chose to, and you know, it paid off. So kudos, good for him. Right, so somebody gave me the tip to go through the launchpad, and I did, and it certainly opened my eyes in various ways. Like I was over C betting, I was under 3 betting. What else? The small blind, I need to be way tighter on the small blind. That one I knew, but it really drove the point home. And, you know, before that I watched stuff like the bet sizing school and 3-bet pots. But just going back to the launchpad has been very valuable. I would love to play this hand heads up against Vance. Just calling, I don't... As I said, no small blind, I don't think there should be too much calling going on. Ooh, aces. Ooh, nice. Just gonna bet large right away. That's a horrible turn, naturally. I'm not gonna fold if he bets, so I might as well bet my... let's check it. But I'm not gonna fold. Yeah. I do have outs if I need them. I don't need them. I just need to overpay stuff, and I do. Man. Didn't you just bring the run good for real? Wow. Case in point. So this, of course, I'm gonna fold. And turns out that check worked out beautifully there. Allowing him to bluff. I mean, knowing this dude, he probably would have called there anyway. And yeah, I'm just gonna out of position pot it. Don't mind taking down right now. Another hand on the band's table. Not sure if he deserves a purple shirt. He's certainly wearing a sort of appropriate one. The blue for the maniacally aggressive, not quite maniacs, but you know, very loose aggro dudes. And I must say the quizzes are great. Are a great addition to the mastermind. I'm not trying to shill them. They did give me full free access for now. So just so you know, that's where I'm coming from. But I paid for that before, and I would recommend it heartily, even if I would not be getting free access right now. And yeah, case in point, those quizzes are amazing. As in, they're not very. Usually they're pretty short. I wish they were longer. But they really drive the points home they were making, make you think more about what you just read, and also have some like comprehensive explanations. Like recovering the stuff you just looked into. Make it a queen, why don't you? No. Can't do anything here. Yeah, I think 2-3 minutes more, and then if you want, join me on a raid and let's go over to the Golden Blazers channel. You will not be disappointed. That dude is very entertaining. 3 ways to Sunday. Ace 10, 3, 6. I think it's usually too weak, but I'm basically hoping for the ideal scenario where he just calls, and then I will have position on him. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Well, I could just flop this. With all the backdoors too. You bet the pot, huh? Really? Okay. Not a happy card. Okay, we get to check it. Stabby stabby, yeah, with a 3 there. No good. The launchpad is very nice. I was surprised how in depth it was, yeah. Focus on multiplayer hands this month. Yeah, it's nice to right on. I think that's the way to go. Like, focus on one thing and dive deeper into that for a while, and then move on to the next thing. Maybe occasionally reviewing what you were focusing on earlier. And I'm certainly gonna up my studying game from now on. For the first 8 weeks, I didn't really do much of that. For the first 8 weeks of Run at 1 streaming, I should add. And I completely forgot to mention it in the beginning, you know, in case there's some new viewers among you. I stream almost every day, or basically every day. I stream for 8 hours or longer usually. So if you like anything about the channel, feel free to drop back in at any point. Chances are I will be around. It's a little bit too weak. Even against Vans, I would like to have something more substantial in my hand. Nope, not from the small blind. Yeah, so I guess one more orbit here and then we call it a night. The short stack bootcamp is what I got the mastermind for when I subscribed to it last. Certainly it was an eye-opener. I don't know, for you it's probably different. I short stacked with 30 big blinds, so if you think you're tight enough, you probably need to think again. As in pre-flop hand selection. But for you it's probably different. I would assume you buy in with 50 big blinds, I would guess. They haven't looked too much into those ranges for a long time. And not hugely different. There's a little bit more... It's just a tiny bit more cold calling going on, I guess. And a little bit more opening. Right, the quizzes are very neat. The live videos, I saw that they have a live section. Oh, and also a tournament section, which I'm gonna dig in at some point in the near future as well. Because PLO tournaments are the nuts right now. It's like playing poker 15 years ago. So on the MPN table, nothing really happened in the meantime. Lost a small part there where I forgot to move over. I think we were busy on this table. But yeah, nothing substantial happened there. I lost like $3. This might be one of the last playable hands on this table. It is going to be the penultimate, the second to last hand. I'll be playing on run it once before, not today, because today just started, but before I go to bed at the session. Okay, so we have the king high spade blocker and we have the backdoor, we have a pair. The 8 might be useful. That makes it... Let's see what he bets first. We are very deep, so in position, so in that regard it might be worth it. Nope, not quite. Although I do have that king of spades. Do I want to try it for the last hand? That is the question. I think I do. Let's do it. Hopefully take it down. Nice! Whew, out of my mind. Oh, that's that for run it once. A few more hands on microgaming going on. Ooh, actually there's a big pot brewing here, potentially. We certainly folded wisely. Right, so in case, you know, again, there are any new viewers, should you wish to be informed when I come online, certainly you can follow the channel. If that's not your thing, that's cool, then just check back in. As I said, I stream every day and chances are you'll catch me. And with that we have 2 more hands here on microgaming. This is not going to be one that's playable, I think. And you know, let's check out the latest tally here. I think we're down a few bucks on microgaming. Like before the last, yeah, we're still like almost 1.5 buy-ins. Up on microgaming, I mean. And on run it once, up 5.5. Yep. So what's the microgaming? Hang on, that is 30-60. I think in total I'm now only down at most 2 buy-ins at PLO 20. Yeah, getting that dealt back in. That was not the plan. You know, MTTs to me are frustrating, generally speaking, but I can stomach the turbo and the hyper ones. I used to play and do decently well. I think I have positive rate of return of investment. Return of investment. That's it. It's getting late. Sorry. In the Stars tournaments I've played, and I certainly mixed those in. Oh no, I forgot to sit out. Well, it doesn't matter. It's still gonna be the last hand. Just watching this one table is going to be too boring. Let's call it for greater justice. No, let's not. Spoke too soon. Right. So that all being said, thank you all very much for joining in, for watching, and should you wish to, then let's go raid and go over to the Golden Blazers channel, who is very entertaining to watch. And he's at the beginning of the stream, so he should be full of vim and vigor and definitely energy. And yeah, should you wish to, then join me and go visit his place. Otherwise, then, you know, there's better things to do, I understand. In any case, my name is Not Raisin. I appreciate it immensely that so many of you stuck around. And should you wish to come back, I will be overjoyed. Until then, take care. This would have been a good point in time to hit that button, but now I found it.